Well, good evening, everyone. We have a full house. We're here for a special city council meeting with a limited agenda relative to the Vision Fund process. It's Thursday, January 31st, 2019. We'll start the meeting with a roll call and determination of quorum.
Solomon, Modrick, Nordstrom, Drew, Scott, Drury, Laurenti, Roberts, Armstrong, Lewis. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Now, if you wouldn't mind joining us for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Now for the adoption of the agenda. This is where the council will decide to adopt the agenda as written, or they can make modifications to it. Would there be a motion? Richie Nordstrom moved to adopt the agenda. Lisa Modrick was the second. All in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we're on to general public comment. I have a number of these general public comment speaker forms, which hopefully there's some more over there if you need them. I'll call out your name. There's a handful of you that are speaking on the same topic. So in the interest of efficiency, if the person before you just said most of what you're going to say, you could just fill in the blanks. We have a light system up here to keep us on track. This is a 3-minute timer for general public comment. The green light will come on while you're talking. The yellow light means start to find a place to end, and the red light means it's someone else's turn. Okay? So, first, Jackie Waldy.
Thank you, council members, and thank you, Mayor Allender, for hearing about all of these wonderful ideas tonight with our vision funds. I really look forward to being inspired. I know I was during the presentations. My name is Jackie Waldy, and I'm here to represent the constituents that make up the Pinedale community, this family-friendly, retiree-friendly, and civic-minded area of town. As taxpayers, we've had this vision for a park, we call it Pinedale Park, for our neighborhood for over 10 years. We, as voters, consistently find value in the beautification and advancement of Rapid City. We see the value in our schools and the importance of safe and engaging parks. We know this park will have a great benefit to our city. It's a win-win situation. It'll increase property value, which in turn increases tax revenue. It'll make our neighborhood a coveted destination and will attract citizens who will actively participate and reinvest in our town. As a community, as parents, as people that are members of Pinedale, we have pursued grant money, donations, and conducted a variety of fundraising efforts to make our dream of revitalization a reality. We have also made numerous attempts to repair, paint, and keep this playground viable. We see how the needs of the community are changing. We see the slow deterioration happening. And we know that the school is an integral part in breaking that cycle of poverty. And we are desperately fighting to bring our area back to life, to keep Pinedale one of Rapid City's strongest and oldest and longest established neighborhoods. We have exhausted all of our resources. We really have done every bake sale known to man. And we are asking this council for help. We all want to know that our neighborhood is worthwhile, worth the investment, and worth saving. So we ask you to consider the blank canvas that is the 9.3 acres that is located at Pinedale Elementary. We put it before you. We want to team up and transform a dated playground covered in gravel into a community park. We ask for you to focus on what could be Partner with us, with Rapid City Parks and Rec, and with Rapid City Area Schools to do something really great for our community. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Margot Julius. No, you just flip that up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and I want to thank the committee, the Vision Committee as well. I'm here, my name is Margot Julius. I'm here on behalf of Youth and Family Services. I am currently the board president and have been a volunteer board member for nearly 25 years. I just want to express my appreciation to the committee for, I believe, poring over extensive applications and documents. It was just very clear to me during my presentation before the committee that they had reviewed those, they had visited our site, they had asked the questions, and they were very familiar with it. And that gave me a lot of good reassurance, because we know what we have at YFS, and we appreciate the opportunity to present this, and we appreciate the confidence that the committee has in our expansion project. And I see several of the council members who have also visited our building expansion site, and again, I just wanted to thank you. We have a number of supporters here who could say this much more eloquently than I, but I just wanted to say I don't want to rehash all the stuff that we said in our submissions, or why we need the project, or why we believe it's critical. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for seeing the value in youth and family services, and thank you for seeing our vision and for appreciating the critical need that we have for serving more children in this community, giving more children better advantages to create stronger families, because that's really what creates a community. And we appreciate the understanding of our vision for not only our child care, but for our new middle school program that's going to be housed in that beautiful building that is being put up now by RCS Construction. So thank you again. And again, we've got a number of people here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. And now Chuck Henry.
Many of you know me. My name is Chuck Henry. The One Heart Project is a much needed in Rapid City. As there's a crisis on the border, there's a crisis in Rapid City of homeless people. We just experienced a freezing temperatures lately, and that's very dangerous to our homeless people that live on the streets, live in their cars, live in the bus shelters, and in other open areas. They need a place to call their home, call their own home. We must work hard in getting the homeless homes for the homeless, and that's part of my agenda that as I run for City Council again this year. And also, a lot of them are homeless that live in the expensive motels up on East North. I experienced that myself. They can hardly live in a motel and support themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Anita Duranalou.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, and thank you to the Vision Fund Committee. I'm Anita. I am the homeless liaison for the Rapid City School District. I often advocate for those that have no voice, children. I am hoping that you will fully fund the One Heart Project and help our 450 children that are homeless in the Rapid City School District have a permanent place or a temporary place to call home, so that they can fully study and do their very best and then become very well-rounded citizens of Rapid City, South Dakota. Thank you.
Thank you. Rochelle Starkey. Rochelle?
Good evening. Here. I'm part of the Youth Advisory Council for One Heart. My name is Rochelle Starkey. I'm 23 years old. I'm from the Rosebud Sioux tribe. I'm a mother of 2, and I work full-time. I am also pursuing my GED at the Career Learning Center. I just want to maybe provide some insight what it's like being a homeless teenager in Rapid City. I've been homeless on and off ever since I was 15 years old. And as a teenager, going to school was the last thing on my mind. I was worried about my next meal and where I was going to sleep at night. And I can only imagine how different my life would be today if Rapid City had a place like One Heart. I know that this campus, this project, it can change so many people's lives, just like mine. If this One Heart campus was open when I was a teenager, I would be in college right now. I would be pursuing my education. That's very important to me, especially being born into poverty. And I know that this One Heart campus can bring about change and hope to so many people just like me. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Jordan Redfeather.
Well, hello, council members, mayor. Sorry about my eye. Basketball practice got a little rough, so. I don't know how I could follow up with any of them saying all that. I mean, that's kind of what I wanted to say, but what I'm going to say is this is very much needed because of people like me, and there is many of us out there surrounded by drugs and alcohol and living a life of you want something better because you see the better. You see everything that can be given to you or you can take and have and you can flourish, but there's no real opportunities without a true home where you can focus on what you need to get done. Well, I believe in One Heart because of people like me. I've been homeless and I had to work for myself. I started out from literally nothing. Now I got a career with Western Construction where I lay asphalt during the summer, and I do this youth basketball program with my son, which is his first game is tonight. And I chose to be here, to be with all you fine people, and I just want to take your minds and carry your hearts into the right direction of what needs to happen. Because the more that we hold back, the more that we say, let's wait, or we can't do this, the more people you are creating like me and others, many others. And I see it every day. I have a big bunch of kids that come around my house during the summer that hang out with me. We go out to the park, we play basketball, we ride bikes. I do so much so they avoid ending up like me. And living in Ward 4, I know what it is. I know the things that you guys don't see. I've been in those motel rooms where it smells like other people's foods. You know, you in your own home, you can smell your own food. Sometimes you'll smell the neighbors through the window, but you will hear other people holler and scream and cry, and you'll see things that will damage you forever. And the more people that you create like me, the harder that Rapid City is going to have to recover. So please think about Rapid City's future. Please think about what we have ahead of us. And it's not just me and you, it's our youth. And it starts here before it's too late, please. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Jordan. Bev Warren.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and Vision members and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bev Warren. I'm a Lakota elder, born and raised in Pine Ridge many years ago. I represent the Lakota elder population and the other Native people in this community and the surrounding areas, I feel, because I went to school through the Rapid City school system back when racism was so blatant and open, but I survived it. And it was because of who I am as a Lakota person with values that were taught to me as a youth. Our youth today need to have a feeling of being cared for, feeling safe, and feeling valued. And sometimes that doesn't happen because of the conditions that many of our families have come to be. So we're talking about life and death. As a nurse of 56 years, I have seen a lot of people suffering too early in their life. And our life expectancy is very, very low. It's 48 for men in Pine Ridge. It doesn't have to be that way. And this initiative of One Heart is a huge ray of hope for me. As an elder, as a nurse, I'm still working. I haven't burned out yet. And I work with South Dakota State University College of Nursing. My job is to mentor the Native American student nurses. We get more and more into that program because we're there and we're supporting them, encouraging them, keeping connected to our culture, which is valuable and full of wonderful ways of being. We're strong spiritually. We just have fallen down in terms of all that has happened to us historically. Our students today that I mentor are quite aware of historical trauma and all the cumulative effects of all these years to today. And that is part of what's happened to us. It's preventable. And One Heart can make that happen, help make it happen with partnerships in this city, not with just the city and the businesses, but the common person, the common person like me, who cares about it, wants to come forth and make a difference for our youth of the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Bev. Charity Doyle.
Thank you, council men and women, Vision Committee members, and everybody for being here. I know it's not just for us, but I love to see that. I think this is the most people I've ever seen for a Vision hearing, so it's really amazing. 457 homeless children. 457 so far. That number will continue to increase, unfortunately, throughout the school year. And that's just a small piece of the overall picture. It's staggering in any case, but as someone said earlier, in the circumstances of the weather we've had recently, it's even more tragic. There are many great and worthy projects seeking Vision funding, but ultimately we're talking about people. People without homes. They have no roof, they have no bed, they have no stability, they have no hope for their future. Respected councilmen and women, you have an amazing opportunity to build on the culture of caring in Rapid City and take it to the next level. Help us carry One Heart across the finish line and create a viable pathway out of poverty for the people struggling here. The groundwork has been laid. We've been doing a lot of work. The partners in the community have coalesced around this concept and around this location. We are so close. The Rapid City Collective Impact Team is so unbelievably grateful that the Vision Committee supported this project and shares our vision for transforming lives in our community. $4 million is a lot of money, and we respect that. At this point, the critical issue is having the remaining $1 million in hand as soon as possible in order to both honor the purchase agreement so we can secure that property, as well as take advantage of the unique opportunity we have to bank existing lease revenues from the property and apply them towards starting operations, which could amount anywhere from $300,000 to $500,000. There's also the matter of the timeline. Right now, we're 2 years out from opening at the earliest, and that's if we obtain the full $5 million in a very short period of time. If we had another couple of years to raise that million, we could possibly do it, but to do so in this shorter time frame is very unlikely. Meanwhile, we are getting calls in our office every single week for people needing One Heart, asking when it's going to be open, asking for somebody they know that's struggling. And it's heartbreaking to tell them, we don't know yet. Hang with us, we're working on it. In addition to the millions of charitable dollars and tens of thousands of hours that have gone into development of this project and this work, we've secured 11 out of $16 million for the One Heart project already. That should show you we have significant skin in this game. Again, we are deeply grateful for the vote of confidence from the Vision Committee in recommending One Heart as the top dollar project. It's very humbling. We just so appreciate your support. And the additional million early in 2019, however, is the single catalyst that will take One Heart from concept to reality. What an amazing legacy you can help usher in for this community. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us through our public comment time. Now on to agenda item number 1, presentation of recommendations by the Vision for Vision funding by Vision Fund Citizen Committee. I have bifocals, so I'm reading what I think is on the paper most of the time. So anyway, this is a presentation from the Vision Committee about Vision Fund awards. George Graspy, the chairman of the Vision Committee.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is George Graspy. I chair the 2018 Vision Fund Citizen Committee. City Council and the Mayor, you selected us. We consider our selection an honor and a privilege. Thank you. Our task is to present funding recommendations for the 2019 three-year project plan period for Vision Funds. First, I will introduce you to our committee members and their backgrounds, and if you would please stand as I introduce you. Don Connor, she has a background in business. Bob Demersman, he has a background in economic development. Heather Forney, she has a background in finance. Tim Johnson, background in hospitality. Jolynn Little Wounded, background in culture and arts. Katie Kennan, background in secondary education. Mark Massa, background in retail management. Megan Ryder-Shope, background in mental health and higher education. My background is in law and community service, so there's 9 of us. Then we also received weekly professional and relevant help from Joel Landine, the city attorney, Pauline Sumption, city finance officer, Lindsay Seacrest, the mayor's administrative assistant. Lindsay, if you could please stand. Thank you. Lindsay's daily and weekly contribution to our task was monumental. But for her contribution, we wouldn't even be close to making a cogent recommendation today. So, thank you, Lindsay. I'm sure. Then we're also fortunate to have input from City Parks and Rec from Mr. Jeff Biegler. We also had valuable information that was provided to us from community development from Sarah Hansel. And then engineering also gave us some really helpful information, Mr. Dale Tech. And so I thank all the committee members and the city staff for their professionalism and dedication. Now, 24 groups applied seeking more than $24 million. The fund has a total of $8 million available at the rate of $6 million for 2019, 20, and 21. The city is also submitting a potentially competing list of projects to be funded from the same pool. Many funding requests sought large sums of money, And without really knowing where we would end up, our pathway eventually led us to a recommendation to fund 15 projects. We recommend full and partial funding for about 70% of the applicants, which is significant. Our total recommendations conservatively total $16,571,500. Not the entire million, as we considered that some of the 18 million may be allocated to city projects. The committee's recommendation is based upon unanimous consensus. We invested a significant amount of time to reach the best possible recommendation. We vetted 22 proposals. And the work that we did included, we received and reviewed 24 complete applications. 2 applicants seeking only minimal funds were removed from the list as they qualified for alternate funding sources. We received and reviewed a constant influx of continuing updating information in the form of emails, correspondence, and brochures from many of you, the applicants. We scheduled and attended public hearings in December for a total of 8 hours over 2 days, where all the applicants were invited to present their project. We reviewed the history of the Vision Fund going back to 1995. We reviewed the comprehensive plan for Rapid City, community development, and we looked at the goals and values of our community. And we also were up to date with the 7 core values from Rapid City and 27 principal subcategories. So we covered a lot of ground. We met with Rapid City Parks and Recreation to address what was needed from their office in terms of coordination. We sought input from the city attorney and the finance officer, and we scheduled and attended 13 1.5 to 2 hour committee working sessions here in City Hall. So our selections ended up focusing on youth, families with children, city infrastructure, tradition, economic development. Individually and collectively, the committee members put in about 50 hours or more of time, so collectively we're about 450 hours of community service, probably more than that if you add them all up. Our goal is to provide City Council with a reasonable, well-thought-out product, and we arranged our products, our recommendations, 1 through 15. The numbers represent a ranking priority, and I'm going to set them out. And basically the format that I follow is there are 15 projects, basically summarize how much was asked for, how much we allocate, and why, and then a brief overview of the project and organization. Number 1, Abbott House. Abbott House initially asked for $250,000 paid out over 3 years. In the meantime, they received an award of $50,000, lowering their total request to $200,000. We shaved just a little bit off that. Recommend funding $190,000 at the rate of $63,000 per year beginning in 2019. The total estimated cost of their project is $1,470,000. The Vision Fund donation would pay just a little under 20% of the total project cost. The project is Abbott House will build 2 homes, 2 8-bedroom therapeutic foster homes, and they will be able to accommodate up to 12 homeless youth under the age of 18. Each home will also have adjoining 2-bedroom apartments which will accommodate young and homeless adults ages 8 to 23. There's a salaried couple that lives in each home and serves as parental figures. The residents are orphans and children in revolving foster care who have suffered trauma and abuse. These homes provide a family environment where the girls and boys can use skills needed to transition into adulthood. The apartments are for young adults who are homeless, who need a place to live, and along with guidance and support, they can start attending college, technical school, and join the workforce. Once the home apartment complex is built, it's self-sustaining. Due to their great funding efforts, they begin construction of one home as we speak, a second home in the fall of 2019. They are shovel-ready. Abbott House has a highly successful program in Aberdeen where they have a campus of housing, independent living programs, residential treatment, and therapeutic foster care. Abbott House invests in the future of children. They help young adults spread their wings and offer them another chance at youth. We can't imagine saying no to these kids. Please don't. Number 2, Youth and Family Services seeks $1,950,000. We recommend full funding with $1,300,000 payable in 2019 and the balance $469,000 in 2020. YFS is shovel ready. They are well into construction of their expansion project at East Adams facility. Their expansion includes a new 2-story wing for child development, Fatherhood First, stronger family programs, a gym, a greenhouse classroom, health advocacy, drug and alcohol prevention programs, and new after-school summer programs will occupy the remodeled space, and there will be functional improvements, including in literacy technology. In 2016, Vision Fund Committee, a couple years ago, we're basically the same group of folks, YFS came to us and they wanted $4 to $5 million. We had $6.5 million, so they wanted just about everything for this project. And we said, with all due respect, no. But no fear, they ventured forward. The project cost is $13,995,000. Through contributions, grants, pledges, amazing and creative programs such as a federal New Market Tax Credit Act and other sources such as trust, they've raised about 84% of that money, and they need 14% from us. Their fundraising campaign is stunning. Youth and Family Services works tirelessly to provide for quality and safe care for children in our region. 85% are at the poverty level. They are leading the charge to prepare our children for academic success, and they provide wraparound care and services to help families overcome poverty and be better. YFS serves more than 14,000 children and their families. They provide meals. They provide a variety of services. They prenatal to 5, Head Start, child care for ages 4 to 14, much more. Last year, their program provided nearly 800,000 meals and snacks. They make us a much healthier and stronger community. For all they do, we are honored to recommend to the City Council full funding. Number 3, Rapid City Club for Boys. The Boys Club seeks $900,000 towards a project cost exceeding $1 million. We recommend funding $810,000, payable $405,000 in 2019 and the same in 2020. Their project is to remodel the lobby. They have 2 big buildings out there. One involves the lobby and has a lot of the younger kids in it. They need new technology and equipment to facilitate checking in and out. They need to maximize security. They need to make it better for the boys and the parents to exchange. They also have, in that one building, a gym basketball court that needs a new roof. The existing roof is 25 years old. It's leaking all over the place. It's at risk of collapsing. It just needs to retire and needs to be fixed. They will also remodel the adjacent Erickson building with a teaching kitchen, a computer area, a study area, a lounging area. This is to help prepare older boys for adulthood. The older boy range from 11 to 17, and this age group numbers have just increased dramatically over the last few years. Between the main structure and the Erickson building, there's a space outside that will be covered and replaced with a sport court to permit basketball, archery, and many other outdoor activities. At night, it will help shelter buses and vehicles. And do not fret, Christmas trees will continue to be sold from this area. The Boys Club has arts and crafts workshop, a talent show, library to help with homework, tutors to help with continuing education, summer reading programs, computer labs, and more. It provides individual services such as food, clothing, household necessities, and guidance. Their kitchen in 2018 served 81,204 meals. Wow. There are many non-club community organizations that use the gym on evenings and weekends. So this gym gets used daily and nightly, almost 24/7. The Boys Club is a staple of our community, providing a safe and educational place for the young in our community to connect, socialize, and learn and grow in a safe and caring environment. The club has secured bridge financing to get this project moving and getting along. The contractor is hanging out there. They are shovel ready. The demand for the Boys Club, to put it mildly, is just booming. The improvements are necessary, and we recommend funding $810,000 to make our community safer and better, one boy at a time. Number 4, Rapid City Collective Impact. One Heart is seeking the last $5 million excuse me, of a $16 million excuse me, total campaign fund. We recommend $4 million in immediate funding in 2019 to help them complete their property acquisition. We talk about $18 million. We talk about $10 million. We talk about $4 million. We talk about $1 million. That's a lot of money. We can't lose track of that. $4 million is a huge donation for a great and wonderful project. The project, as you may know, will be located from 121 through 217 Kansas City Street, buildings that were used by National American University. It's a campus composed of 3 residential towers and 2 more adjoining structures. The 3 residential towers will consist of 92 units. 1 tower will serve families, 1 women, and 1 men. 65 families, 82 individual men, 82 individual women. Thanks. Getting a cough drop. The residents are going to have access to preventive and urgent care as well as dental care. They will have, and those services will be available to guests and to the community at large. They will have resources and advocacy to furnish students who are experiencing homelessness. They will have on-campus care. WAVY will provide a case management and legal advocacy and support. They have Dress for Success. I mean, they have everything. This is a self-contained universe where people who are struggling in life can go and get back on track. Thanks. Excuse me, sorry. And one example that we heard was, for example, you have mother and father, they're married, they have 3 kids, and they're just getting by paycheck to paycheck, and they both lose their jobs. They get kicked out of their house. Where do they go? They're homeless. They can come into this facility. They can get back on track. They can start looking for work. Gives them kind of a timeout to kind of regenerate and then go back. And during the entire time, the children are being taken care of, they have medical care, they're getting to school. It's just really, it's a one-of-a-kind organization and agency that's designed to help people break the cycle of poverty, and it really is amazing. They've raised an astonishing amount of money, and so we hope the $4 million that they can proceed to get the other $1 million and get purchase their properties. So YMCA number 5. I didn't bring my backup voice, sorry. The YMCA requested $1,195,000. We recommend just a notch less at $1,100,000, payable over 3 years at $366,667,000. For several years, the Y has needed to expand their early childhood and teen development center. Therefore, again, they came to us in 2016, and they didn't have much going on, but they did have their hand out, and they said, "We want all your money." And we said, with all due respect, no. But the Y's leadership never sleeps, and they immediately launched a capital campaign to build the Care and Teen Development Center. And amazingly, and fortunately, during the campaign, Black Hills Corporation built their new campus and moved on out to South Highway 16, leaving an 8-story building vacant. And it's right across the street from the Y. The Y purchased the building for $6 million, turned around, sold half of it to the Rapid City area schools for $3 million. The 4 floors occupied by the Y will have childhood education, and they will have special technology and computers and things of that nature for the older teens. In that facility, they're going to have the teen media technology, administrative offices, playground right next door, and parking area. The total project cost is $7,250,000. Documented pledges, cash received to date, is $4,858,789. That leaves a balance of roughly $2,391,211, and they want half of that, $1,195,000, and we recommend $1,100,000. So 2 years ago they came with a hand. This year they came with $6 million and an 8-story building. They came to play. They're serious, and they're shovel ready, because if you drive by there, the construction and the renovation is ongoing. This is just a wonderful organization. It's it's involved with virtually every organization in town, with YFS to just about everybody, One Heart, you name it, Sheriff's Office, Police Department, everybody. We're grateful to partner with the Y as they focus their efforts on the well-being of our children and our families. Number 6. Destination Rapid City Downtown LED lighting and fixtures. Destination Rapid City seeks $3,990,000 payable over 3 years at the rate of $1,330,000, 19, 20, and 2021. The project is to install LED lighting and new fixtures, which will dramatically increase both the range and brilliance of lighting in the downtown area along Main Street and St. Joe from east to west boulevards. This project has been thoroughly scrutinized from a cost perspective, and they need full funding. They need all the money to get this done. The committee has carefully reviewed their application. We went out there on a dark, cold night to inspect the site, our downtown. Large portions of downtown are like Gotham City. They're dark, foreboding, and spooky. The City of Rapid City Public Works Department was also involved in inspecting and analyzing this project. They conducted meetings with the destination folks, Skyline Engineering, and with us. They really helped us understand that this has to be done. The Public Works supports it. The existing structures are 27 years old, so it's going to enhance the safety for pedestrians and for the shops and restaurants and everybody downtown. And the hotels, downtown business, sheriff and police department are really excited about this. So no more dark side. We encourage and embrace the brilliant force of the bright lights. Number 7, Black Hills Works. Our committee recommends an award of $450,000, which is partial funding based on their request of $820,000, $820,712, sorry. Our funding recommendation takes into account that they received some funding while their application was pending. Then we also had to deduct the cost of exercise equipment, because the exercise equipment, which is dearly needed, is movable and so can't be installed, and so we can't fund it. The overall project is to expand the functionality and the accessibility of the existing property, which is located on Range Road. Black Hills Work has served our community for 60 years. Their service and presence in our community is both admirable and worthy of praise. Their facility provides services to adults with cognitive disabilities, physical disability, mental illness, brain injury, and more. They support individuals with complicated health and mental issues, drug and alcohol dependence, fetal alcohol, trauma, and other debilitating conditions. This project is to expand the functionality of their existing project. Renovations are sorely needed to maintain ADA compliance and safety. I think the funds based on our site tour will be overall renovation, fire sprinkler safety systems, asbestos removal in various locations, installing safe and lasting flooring, locker room renovations, renovating and technology and updating the classrooms, and installing a security system to provide 24/7 key card access to their fitness area so that anybody can go there. The Black Hills Work Foundation wrote to the committee and is in a position to provide financial support for the estimated cost of the project was $1,115,000. That's everything. But they need some money, so we recommend that you help them out and give them $450,000. This is a wonderful agency. The services and the help that they provide, they just do what they can to eliminate barriers from people that have very significant limitations, and we are lucky to have them. Number 8, Main Street Square Subsurface Project. That organization seeks $187,500 to renovate and upgrade the Main Street subsurface. We recommend full funding to ensure successful installation and use. The current subsurface is disposed to shifting, which with heavy foot traffic becomes unsightly, and it creates low risk of hazard to guests. The short-term remedies are constant, costly, and they don't solve the problem. So they need to install a permanent subsurface for the Main Street Square's ice multi-purpose area so that we can continue to provide the community with a safe and vibrant life down there. The Main Street Square is an overwhelming success with thousands of visitors from everywhere and all walks of life. Fun for everyone. Recurring maintenance will decrease, and we need to make the area safe and user-friendly. It is our downtown jewel, and please fund it. Number 9, Black Hill Sports. Black Hill Sports is the organization in charge of a baseball field where Post 22 plays its local games. They seek $5 million payable over 5 years. The baseball stadium, we went and inspected it. It suffers from serious deterioration. The field, the dugouts, the bathroom, the concession stand, the press box, infield, lighting, they all need major renovation. And we recommend partial funding of $1,650,000 to be paid. The funds will give them a significant first phase to address the dugouts, bathrooms, and concession stand. The committee chatted about this project a little bit, thoroughly discussed, thoroughly debated. And the committee 2 years ago turned down a request for $5 million, and we had hoped that in the interim, like YFS and YMCA, that they would mount a significant funding effort, and so that they could come back and we could help them out finish it. The organization and its members have extremely capable individuals, and we're confident that they're going to roll up their sleeves and get to work with a successful funding campaign, because this stadium is in dire need of renovation. And we recognize that they have given our youth and community over 6 decades of incredible opportunity to grow and be better, helping young men and now young women in their athletic experience. 60 years they haven't come and said, help us out. For 60 years they've taken care of it, and we need to sponsor and fund this first step. And if you think over 60 years, all the people from all over the country that have come here, the collateral economic impact on our economy here in Rapid City is monumental. The stadium is an iconic tradition and a Rapid City landmark, and the funding recommendation is a significant first step, and please fund it. Rapid City area schools. The young lady that spoke earlier did a beautiful job. I don't want to say anything. We recommend allocating $750,000 to Pinedale School in 2019. This is partial funding. They request $1,950,000. The total amount represents 2 phases. Phase 1 is a reconstruction of the school's playground for $750,000. That beautiful, large plot of land that can provide a wonderful playground for children, and from kindergarten through 5th grade, and also for 3,000 people in the surrounding community. It's just a huge lot, but it needs a lot of help. So we recommend funding this new playground. It will provide recreational opportunity not only for the children in school, but for over 3,000 people in the surrounding community. Pinedale is beautifully positioned in a residential neighborhood without many parks and quality spaces. And as discussed earlier, they have done everything. They've written grants, they've applied for this, they've applied for that, and they just simply haven't had that much luck. So, but they never give up, and so they're here successfully, hopefully. And the children and the folks in the neighboring community will really benefit from this project. So please fund them $750,000. Harney Little League. They seek $100,000, and we recommend full funding. They're celebrating 60 years of baseball. The funding will be used to complete 3 fields, which are pretty close to completion already. The cost will allow them to install 4 dugouts with benches, a chain link fence to complete the southwest and northwest fields, and 2 bleachers for guest seating. The league, on their own, has installed topsoil, landscaping, seeding, irrigation, Northwest Pipe donated over $5,000 in supplies so that they get the irrigation system going. Harney just needs a little help to get the best baseball field going for over 400 children, ages 4 to 12. Harney League provides children and family with opportunities to connect and be healthy in our community. We encourage full funding. Let us play ball. Elevate Rapid City. We recommend allocating $900,000 at the rate of $300,000 per year beginning in 2019. This is partial funding. They requested $2 million. Our partial funding is in part based on the amazing ability that they have to raise funding. They have $6 million out of the $8 million budget. Elevate is a collective and joint effort with the Rapid City Economic Development, South Dakota Ellsworth Development Authority, Economic Development Foundation, and I think they're joining forces also with the Rapid City Area Chamber of Commerce. And the funding will be used to create an organization that is going to promote and pursue 5 strategic areas for our community: innovation and entrepreneurship, retain and expand missions for Ellsworth Air Force Base, workforce development and talent with attraction, new business investment, and we'll do a lot of marketing. One of the many areas they're focusing on, of course, is Ellsworth Air Force Base, which continues to grow, and hopefully we'll have the training for the B-21 there. With the B-21 addition, Elevate will be the lead contact with companies such as Northrop Grumman and other large subcontractors that are going to have a local presence here. Elevate is a step of faith. It'll coordinate and tie together all of our economic development agencies and resources to become one powerful and united force at the forefront of the economic future of Rapid City. Their efforts will expand our economy, get us more jobs, increase revenue from sales and tax. It's going to make us the economic sector and gem of the Midwest. Number 13, Canyon Lake Activity Center. Used to be the senior center, but now it's an activity center open to all ages. They initially requested $50,000 in funding due to very successful funding. Now they're asking for $30,000. We recommend that they get all of it. Their project is a construction of 6 modern surfaced outdoor pickleball courts. Yes, pickleball courts, with secure fencing and lighting for nighttime use. The total project is around $150,000, and they've been able to raise funds from 30 different donors. Their own members have contributed $75,000. Skull Construction has donated $25,000 in kind labor and materials. Pickleball resembles tennis played with a ping pong paddle and a wiffle ball on a badminton court. It's catching on all over the country and exploding. Individuals of all ages can play it. They may even have a pickleball court at the boys' club, I don't know. The courts are under construction, they are shovel ready, and they will soon become a reality. The Canyon Lake Activity Center continues its priority of helping people in our area stay healthy with physical activities. The 6 new courts will also help the center draw statewide and regional tournaments. They have 3 indoor, 6 outside, that's 9. They can bring people in from all over the state and the region, and that will have a significant and positive impact on our local economy. Rapid City BMX. This is number 14. We recommend partial funding of $78,000. They requested $244,323, which altogether is the cost of installing a sound system, electric lights, playgrounds for the kids, and permanent bleachers. We recommend partial funding, which will allow them to get bleachers and the sound system, both of which are really necessary to keep this project going. Rapid City is a fun and inviting activity for kids, even those over 60. If we can still ride a bike, we can go out there. We want to help them with these critical and needed improvements so that they're able to continue to expand the use of the facility. Even with just these partial improvements, they will be able to draw the state BMX tournament and regional tournaments. The BMX track is a state-of-the-art facility, and it's so famous that airline pilots flying over Rapid City on occasion will take a picture of that BMX track. Hundreds of children and adults use this track on a weekly basis from spring through summer. The event shows bring a lot of people, and they do show us the money, Rapid City. Number 15, Rapid City Softball Association. Rapid City Softball Association has applied for $386,000 to install 2 new ADA-compliant restroom facilities at the complex. Full funding is a must. We don't know of any other adult athletic association which garners more community involvement or generates greater economic stimulation. I mean, I don't know, but I think the toilets out there may service over 60 to 70,000 people in a year. They're busy places. We made a site tour. The bathrooms, even for a young, coordinated adult athlete, are very difficult to get into and out of. They look like something out of the old prison Alcatraz. Brand new restroom facilities are needed. They are ADA, and they have to be ADA compliant. So please do this so that the people that go out there in the thousands, tens of thousands, enjoy their time at the games in the spring and summer, and maybe they can have a beer too. Number 16, just kidding. One final note, the Rapid City Softball Association really need these new toilets. There are 15 on our list, but they're needed. Harney League is 100, Canyon Lake Activity is 30, Rapid City BMX is 78,000. These are comparatively minor amounts, but they give us a really good bang for the buck. Thank you very much.
Well, George, on behalf of myself and the City Council and I believe a grateful community, I'd like to extend our thanks to you as chairperson and to the whole committee for your commitment. This is a very important process, and the city ordinance specifically puts a citizen committee together to make sure that we're getting as many perspectives as possible. You guys did an admirable job. Thank you very much. And on a second note, there's some folks standing in the room, and you're welcome to stand, but there are a few empty seats around here. If the people in the audience would raise your hand if you have an empty seat next to you, you could see that there's probably enough for you folks. If you don't want to do that, we have overflow parking up here. I have bifocals. Overflow seating in the 3rd floor west conference room. They have a screen up there, audio, and that sort of thing. So otherwise, make yourself at home. And now we're going to have item 2 on the agenda, and I'll ask that item number 2 be read in by the City Council President, Amanda Scott, and I'll turn over chairmanship to her, and I'm going to come down to the lectern.
Item number 2 is a presentation of recommendations for vision funding by mayor and city staff.
Well, thank you everyone for being here again. This is a very important process. I have a couple of opening comments, and I'm going to give an brief overview of these projects, and I'll call on the city contacts to come and explain them in a little more detail. The Vision Fund is a gift from the citizens of Rapid City to the citizens of Rapid City. It was established in the early 1970s by a vote of the people to create a funding source. Something's wrong with me tonight. To create a funding source for the Rushmore Plaza Civic Center. And when that building was paid for 20 years later, the fund sunset. It went away. It was brought back in 1993, again with a public vote, but it was brought back thanks to former Mayor Ed McLaughlin and several other community leaders at that time. At that time, they named it the Vision 2012 Fund, and then when 2012 came, they just named it the Vision Fund. But since 1993, this fund, this process we have, had the word vision right in it, and not by accident. The Vision Fund process gives us a unique opportunity to look into the future and then help build it. The list of vision projects completed in the past is quite impressive. In my time as mayor, I've spoken to dozens, if not 100 other city officials from across the state and across the country, and not a single one of them has ever heard of anything like the Vision Fund before. They all wish they could have something like the Vision Fund. And many of us here know Malcolm Chapman, former council member, goes around the country speaking. He's spoken to thousands of city officials and has yet to find a single city official who has something like the Vision Fund. It's a self-imposed tax to create a fee to make what we have even better. And it's something really to be proud of. And as I said earlier, it's a gift. So to properly administer the vision process, I believe it is vitally important to take into account the wishes of the citizens. One way we get that is with a separate citizens committee. The other way is with a city council made up of citizens. But also, we conducted in late 2017 a citizen survey in which we were able to gauge the priorities of the general citizenry. That gave us remarkable insight into the priorities and as well as the council priorities. I do not believe there could be a reason or a cause for those priorities to change over the last year or so just because we're ready to award $18 or more million in a vision process. So I encourage the City Council to take as much time as needed to carefully weigh the Vision Committee recommendations, to hear the testimony, and to explore the already existing data relative to citizen priorities. There's no actual deadline for this process to end, but thank you for your careful consideration and for your willingness to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollar. The city is submitting a few vision projects, and I'll outline those generally right now. Upgrades to Dinosaur Park. Dinosaur Park is one of Rapid City's most nostalgic and highly visible gems. It receives an estimated 50,000 visitors each year while remaining free and open to the public year-round. And although it's open to the public, it is currently not ADA accessible. I'm going to guess most or all of you have climbed up those stairs, and you know that it's difficult even for someone who is completely able-bodied. It's not accessible to all who may wish to visit. Allocating vision funds to this project in conjunction with already dedicated funds from the capital improvement program will allow this project to be completed by 2021. Another park project is the creation of a military appreciation park. The relationship between Rapid City and its military partners, Ellsworth Air Force Base and Camp Rapid, South Dakota National Guard, is an important part of who we are as a community. Embrace the Base is a spin-off of Elevate Rapid City. And they concluded substantially more is needed to be done to support the military installations and members. Embrace the Base has determined, and I agree, that it's time for Rapid City to honor both installations and their members, current and past, as well as visiting and resident veterans, with a visual display in Rapid City. A military appreciation park would adequately serve as a symbol of gratitude and our support of the armed forces. The park would be placed in Memorial Park West. In other words, in the park west of Memorial Park where the tennis courts used to be. And will include, if we are successful, will include the display of an actual surplus B-1 bomber as well as other equipment which may become available in the future. The conceptual design for this park has been completed and is available for viewing, and I believe Jeff Biegler is going to show us a picture of that today so we can see it. The requested funding is for phase 1 of this park, which will realistically take 2 to 3 years to complete. It's a little bit of red tape in requesting to borrow military surplus equipment. And so those are the 2 park projects. And the third one is the City School Administration Center building you're in is being vacated by the Rapid City Area School District. At the end of June 2019, the city has purchased their portion of this building, so that now, since 1986, we've been sharing this building, but once the school leaves, then we'll be able to stretch out and bring outside operations that are housed in other areas into the building, and we'll be able to have a sufficient work area. The downside of that is that this is a 30-plus-year-old building, and the systems are old, and there needs to be a certain amount of remodeling, refurbishing, replacement of systems to do that. There is, to summarize, the updates to Dinosaur Park. We're requesting $1.6 million in vision funds. That will be paired with a similar amount from capital improvement. Creation of a military park, almost $391,000. And the City School Administration Center building renovations, upwards of $4.5 million. So now I'll call Jeff Biegler up to talk about the 2 parks projects, and after that then Rod Johnson for the building project.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff Biegler, Parks and Recreation Director. I am very happy to present 2 projects, one a brand new project and one a renovation of one of our oldest projects, Dinosaur Park. I will begin with the Dinosaur Park site. As the Mayor mentioned, this project would construct ADA standard walkway up to the dinosaurs. Currently there are 90 steps that must be traversed in order to get to the top of the hill and to visit the Apatosaurus. That's a long way. I was up there today to count the steps, and believe me, it's a hike. And there are a lot of people that are denied access to the top of that because of mobility concerns, wheelchairs, young families with children in strollers. We've seen people carrying strollers up those 90 steps in order to get their families up to enjoy the view and to enjoy the amenities at that facility. As the Mayor mentioned, we are requesting $1.6 million for this project. It is a $2.5 million project, and we have dedicated $900,000 in our Parks and Recreation CIP program for 2021. The facility, for those of you who have never been up there, was constructed in 1936. The sculptures were designed by Emmett Sullivan. He designed and built them along with members of the WPA program. That WPA program was responsible for a lot of construction around the Black Hills at that time in that 1936 era, including the construction of the Parks and Recreation building where our offices are housed at Halley Park. Included in this phase would be the universal access, which would be based again on ADA standards, which would be a gradual incline from the parking lot up to and including all of the structures up there. Would also be including stabilization of all of the structures to maintain their integrity and going forward to the next 80 years of their life. Also fixing some of the erosion problems up there. Many individuals over the decades have taken various pathways up there and have traversed around the hill and have created some erosion issues which can be stabilized with this project. And then we're also going to be bringing in all of the necessary retaining walls, handrails, lighting, and all of that to make this truly a world-class, iconic facility. This is not just a parks project, this is really a community project. The dinosaur on top, which has been named Dino, of course, can be seen from all directions. And traveling from the east, you know you're almost home when you see the dinosaur on the hill. I know that probably everybody has been up there and have taken pictures on the dinosaurs with their children and their grandchildren. I was rooting through some old photographs and I found some photographs from 1959 of myself, my brother and sister, and my parents sitting on these things. And little did I know at that time that 60 years later I'd be standing here before you trying to come up with some funding to improve that so others can enjoy the facility. So again, we are asking for $1.6 million, and we certainly hope that you will find it as important as we do to fund this project. The second project that I'd like to speak about, which the mayor touched on and did a very good job of explaining, is the Military Appreciation Park, which will go on the West Memorial Park site. I do have, if I could get some assistance with the overhead. Anybody know how to operate this thing? Michael, if you're back there and listening, if you could come forward and give me a hand with that, I'd appreciate it. Hey. This is a terrific project that will highlight the 75-plus year relationship that the city of Rapid City has with Ellsworth Air Force Base and with the South Dakota National Guard. And I've got a design here that I'd like to show you. Maybe you do. Oh. Perfect. I know this is in your packet, but I know that the folks in the audience probably have not seen this. This is a design that highlights the first phase of this, as well as the second phase that can be seen or surrounding it. And you can see that this space will be large enough to house a B-1B Lancer, as well as a National Guard helicopter. They will be located here in the center of the picture, along with viewing area and gathering space for ceremonies, for viewing and all that sort of thing. These two displays will be elevated so that they will be safe for the public, as well as to protect the aircraft themselves. And we think this will be a very interesting and a very well-visited site. It's estimated that we have over 3,800 retired military in western South Dakota, as well as a huge number of active duty military and their families. People coming from outside the area visiting our town will be able to go down there and see this, really get an up-close and personal view of these aircraft that otherwise are only seen from afar while they're up in the air and you're on the ground. So this is a project that we are requesting just under $391,000 for the first phase. We have great support from the community, from the business community. We've been contacted by School of Mines, who are willing to assist in this project as well. So I think this would be a terrific way to honor our connection to our military community, and we certainly hope that you will support this project. Thank you.
Okay, and now we'll have Rod Johnson come to the lectern, and he is the Public Works, one of the Public Works engineers who focuses on city facilities, and he's going to explain the need for the remodel.
Thank you, Mayor, city staff. A little over, city council, I'm sorry, a little over 3 years ago, we started a space study process for this building. As the mayor had indicated, this building was built in 1985 and was basically built for the needs of the city of Rapid City and the school district in 1985. Here we are 35 years later. Staffs have grown as the city has grown, and we recognized a need to make some type of changes. We looked at different options. We looked at, this building's about 65,000 square feet. We looked at basically renovation of this building as it is to try to make it more efficient. And keep in mind, this is when the school district was still, had planned on staying in the building. That was about in the $10 million range. We looked at enlarging this building. There's an opportunity to, potentially to add a third floor. There's some space that could be utilized a little better. That was approximately $13 million. We also looked at the option of building a new facility in a new location. That option was about $16 million. At about that time, and this was maybe a year and a half ago to 2 years ago, the school district informed us that they were seriously considering relocation. So we kind of put this project on hold until that process, has come to reality. And then we basically moved into the mode with help from our consultant here in town of evaluating what's the best way to utilize this facility within its current envelope to make it more efficient from a use standpoint, but also there's a number of things that are about this building that it's old, it's tired. A lot of the lights that you see in this room throughout the building really are old technology, lights that can't be replaced now. We need to replace most of the lighting in here. There's a lot of original carpet in this building. So we've got 35-plus-year-old carpet in here. There's, with this renovation, we're going to be able to allow for future expansion. In order to do that, we're going to move a few departments, allow, so that there's a little bit more elbow room. We're going to consolidate some of the departments that are currently sprinkled throughout the building just because there was no other place to put them. And we're going to be able to bring some staff into this building that are currently not located in this building. So that was basically the task that we set out to accomplish after learning the school district was moving out. And that figure that the mayor had stated, that $4.5 million, is the current estimate. That includes some outdoor work. So as you probably have noticed on your information, it includes some things also that we think are really lacking here, and one of them is security. Some of the security issues currently. It's pretty easy for anyone to walk into this building and just wander at their leisure. And I don't know that we've had a serious incident in this building, but it only takes one. So that's another primary goal as far as the upgrading of this facility. Efficiency, energy efficiency, and all the things that go along with that. So I don't have any pretty pictures to show you. We're not really to that stage yet, but we did have our consultant put together a fairly thorough estimate based upon the information that we have at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rod. Okay, that takes us through item 1 and 2. Now on to item 3, the Vision Fund Committee discussion, questions, and motions to award funding from the Vision 3-year plan. And the floor is open. Richie Nordstrom.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, first, I want to say thank you to the Vision Committee as myself and for compiling all this information for us. There was a lot of time that had to be spent on reading, and we've got folks up here with a lot of material that's, you know, about knee deep here that we're trying to get through and sift through all that information. So thank you very much for you folks to go through that for us and give us the recommendations. And then also thank you to the applicants that came forward with all of the information. And I really appreciate your enthusiasm and dedication to the community and putting forward a great argument for and justification for what you want to see happen to your particular project. Mayor, if I may start off with a question for Mr. Grasby.
Please.
George, thank you very much for the presentation and to you for being the chair of that committee as you're taking your time to get to.
Thank you. The pay is really good.
Believe me, we're all putting in for a raise. I had a little difficult time hearing one of your questions, or excuse me, not a question, a comment that had to do with One Heart. The number of families, men and women. I'm sorry, I apologize. I missed that number. And I was interested in hearing that. And then I'll explain why in a moment if you have that data available.
Yes, I do. Give me just a second, please.
Sure.
Of course, when I look for it, I can't find it.
Yeah.
Just to summarize, there are 3 residential towers.
Yes.
And they will consist of 92 units. 1 tower will be reserved for families, 1 for women, 1 for men.
Yes.
So 65 families, 82 individual men, 82 individual women.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The premise of this question has to do with something we kind of do unwritten. And one of the things that I've kind of noticed as we're going through all of these projects is I'll call it one of those unwritten rules. What you folks have done for us, in my opinion, is you've done a great job of diversity, meaning that we've taken in all kinds of walks of life and brought it into the Vision Fund perspective so that we have a chance to help a lot of different people out in the different areas. And so that I put together my own little scoring system on this process. And I came up with just a tad bit different numbers than what you folks came up with. And for me, it boils down to diversity. And the reason I was asking about One Heart, make sure I understood it, basically because I'm seeing a wide range of diversity within that one agency. So I've got some concerns about some of the other agencies that don't have quite as much diversity. They do have some, but they're still limited, so I have some concerns about that. And maybe later on we can address that. One of the other things that I'd like to get to as well, and Mr. Mayor, is that the concern that I have is the reserves that we have, or contingency, that we have set aside in the past. Basically what we've done is set aside $1 million as a contingency, meaning that if the revenue doesn't come in like it's projected over the next 3 years, we have something a little bit to lean on. So I would advocate that we try to keep that $1 million in reserve just because of that contingency possibility. Hopefully it'll never happen, but that's where I'd like to start with. And then at this point, if I may yield and come back and ask some further questions and clarify a couple of points at some different agency, if I may.
Okay? Thank you. Then we'll go to Amanda Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to suspend our normal rules since this is a special meeting.
Second by Steve Laurenti. Okay, this is a motion to suspend the rules, which include time limits and how many times people can talk and those type of general law and order functions up here. So that takes a 2/3 council vote. So anyone want to speak on that motion, or do we just vote? Can we just vote? Okay. Lisa Modrick.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a substitute motion that the time limit has an amended opportunity so that it runs the course of our meeting as we have it, with an additional time at the end of everybody speaking. So it could allow up to 10 minutes if it needs to be. That's my motion in order to keep us in conforming.
Okay, substitute motion to modify the rules to let everyone speak and then go back and speak again if you wish. The whole second round of
Thank you.
Conversation. Did I understand that correctly? Okay, second for Darla Drew. Anyone want to speak on that motion? If not, we'll go to a vote. The motion is to amend the rules relative to time limits. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
On your motion.
Aye.
Okay. Opposed?
Aye.
Kind of close. That motion fails with 2 ayes and the rest noes. Back to the original motion of suspending the rules. Anyone need to talk on this motion? If not, we'll go straight to a vote. Motion on suspending the rules. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, passes 8-2.
Close again.
All right. Now, back into the queue, Steve Laurenti.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion, from a procedure standpoint, make a motion that we handle each of these items one at a time, 1 through 15, which is the number of recommendations and community projects. And if I can get a second.
Jason Solomon seconded.
Thank you.
All in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
You didn't want to vote on it? Anybody opposed? Okay, you win. All right. That's the order of the day then, to take these in order, starting with number 1. Jason Solomon.
Thank you. Just a preliminary comment, since I guess that's what I was in the queue for. Just wanted to say thank you again from, I think we all will probably say this at some point, but to the Vision Fund Committee. I know the hours and hours of work that you put into this. You're a diverse group. You're a strong group. You did your homework. And we do really appreciate all that you've done. So I wanted to make sure that I had an opportunity to share that with you. And so I do believe, however, that we are moving on to probably the discussions 1 through 15. So I'm not sure how much of this preliminary stuff. I guess I have no rules, do I, Amanda? No. President Scott, I can talk as much as I want to. This is great. Feel bad for everybody else. Well, in that case, I think it's really good for us to get a good feel of what our financial situation is on this, because I think we need some firm dollars. So, Pauline, we visited a little bit, but can you kind of give us any kind of updated forecast on the Vision Fund and what we are actually looking at in the actual kind of dollar amounts here? We know that we've said 18 million, but these are moving targets, and so I just want to make sure we have an accurate reflection of what we're dealing with.
Sure. And I thank you for that question. Keep in mind that the 2019, 20, and 21 numbers are all projections based on historic as far as what we receive for sales tax, estimating a 2% increase year over year. So the cumulative between what we should earn in sales tax revenue less what we are already obligated for the Civic Center, not only in the cash to be used on the project, but also the bond payments, At the end of the day, while still maintaining a $1 million reserve in case those projections, revenue projections are off, we have just slightly over $25 million in total that could be allocated.
Okay, and that's about almost $1 million more than we expected if you count in the 18 million plus the city projects and those sorts of things. So I think that's really good for us. Do we have a breakdown, though, of 2019, 2020, and 2021 allocations to make sure that we are not giving away too much in the first year than what we're taking in?
You bet, and maybe if you guys are going to proceed on a project by project, I can hook up to the overhead projector too.
That would be helpful.
I will tell you just briefly before I walk down there, 2019 we have about 10.9 million. 2020 is 6,435,000, and 2021 would be 6,687,550. I think I failed to say some of this is also due to projects, previous projects coming in under budget, or in one instance, the project never proceeded and we, I don't know the proper term, but discontinued the contract. That was the ATA project. So that also is accumulated into the number that I've given you.
Okay.
Again, that 25 million includes the 1 million in reserves as well. So there's about 24 million that we can allocate. So my apologies if I misspoke earlier.
So we have, so how much, so we want to keep $1 million in reserve. I agree with Alderman Nordstrom. So
then we have
reserve,
$24,021,678 that could be used on projects.
Okay. Thank you. And I think as we move forward with these discussions, keeping that in mind so that we can allocate. But I will say this: there's several projects that didn't get funded, and we wish we could do it for everybody, but you just can't. And I will say for me personally, and I can't speak for anybody else, but the recommendations from the Vision Committee carry a lot of weight with me. It doesn't mean that I'm going to rubber stamp anything or just go just exactly what you said. I think there might be some tweaking that we might do. However, knowing the due diligence that you put in and the work that you put in, I know that carries a lot of weight with me, and I think you've done a good job distributing the priorities here. And while it may not be my personal list, I'm not up here for my personal list. I'm up here for the list of the betterment of all of Rapid City. And so we have a lot of needs, no doubt about it, but I think you've done an excellent job once again. So I just want to say for me personally and for anybody else who's watching these 15 projects, I think I'm pretty solid on that. And how that's distributed, though, I think that'll be worth our discussion up here. So thank you. I yield the floor.
Steve Laurenti.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve the recommendation for item number 1, Abbott House.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of item 1, Abbott House, at $190,000, correct?
Mayor, can I also get the year in which you want to fund it?
As recommended, it's broken up evenly over the 3 years.
And the total is 190,000?
Correct.
Yeah, that is.
I'm sorry, I don't have the original recommendations printed off in front of me.
No, that's
May I have
That's
it right
the
here.
request.
May I speak, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
What we have is we have a recommendation of 190,000, which is the updated what's needed at 63,000 a year for 2019, 20, and 21. So 63,000 per year on the allocation.
So that's 189,000.
63,333 it would have to be. Okay, does the motion maker want to alter this number or stick with the 190? Go ahead.
I want it to be for the 190 split out evenly over the 3 years.
Okay, then it's displayed up there.
I don't know who did this spreadsheet.
All right. Anybody want to talk on this particular motion? No? All right. Seeing no one, then the motion is to approve number 1. All in favor of that motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Darla Drew.
Thank you. Mine is more of a comment than a motion at this time, and since we have no rules, I can talk. So I'm the only one on this dais that has been in your position. I came before the council for funding for the Doll Arts Center expansion, worked to raise a lot of money and got money from the city as well. We raised 3.8 and got 3.2 from the city. It wasn't exactly what we thought we'd get, but that's what happened. And that's probably what's going to happen for some of you tonight. And so I'm just prepping you that you might not get exactly what you asked for, but that doesn't mean you can't get it done. Go back, go to work, raise money, get more volunteers, and take another run at it in 3 years. Whatever you need to do. If this is important to you, you can get it done. So I'm just saying from my own experience, this is such a better system than we had years ago. It was pretty, I don't know, helter-skelter, willy-nilly, whatever you want to call it. It was just not a very good system. This is good. These are vetted, and we get good information from the committee. So it took us a while to find out how to do this system and make it work for our city in the best way possible. We've got some great projects out of it. And I think we're going to go forward with some, wonderful things for Rapid City tonight. But if you don't get what you want, it doesn't mean you can't do it. Thank you.
Lisa Modrick.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve the recommendation of the Vision Fund Committee for the full funding of $1,950,000 for Youth and Family Services.
Okay, second by Laurenti. And how would you like to fund that according to the recommendation also? Okay.
Which I don't have that.
Oh, I'm sorry. First year, $1,300,000. Second year, $469,000.
Is Lindsay getting her one?
And third, $181,000. Okay, anyone need to talk on this motion? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Motion carries with 1 no. Steve Laurenti.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 3 for the Rapid City Club for Boys.
Second by Lisa Modrick. Go ahead.
I'll wait till the motion. Well, it's obviously a great human services effort here in Rapid City. They've been here for a very long time. They've been very successful. It's needed now and it's needed in the future, and I believe this award will help them build for the future. It just adds to our human services capability, which is going to pay off in the long run. I yield.
Okay, Amanda Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment on this one. We do have one senior center that is made a request for a new addition, but when I'm looking at a roof for the Boys Club and the city doesn't own this building, I'm a little concerned that we wouldn't allocate the money that the Menaloosaw Senior Center needs for their roof. So if there's any leftover funds, we know we've got extra funds. I'd like to have that considered later on, because even though their maintenance contract said that they're supposed to do it, this came before the city council before, they're so far behind, I really don't think they're going to get that done, and the city does have a responsibility to maintain city-owned buildings. With that said, I am in support of item number 3. Thank you.
Jason Solomon.
Are we done with this item? I was waiting for the next item. I apologize.
We have a motion on the floor to approve item 3, Rapid City Club for Boys. Anybody else want to talk? Richie Nordstrom.
Mayor, under the consideration for the Menaloosaw Senior Center, can we put that into CIP versus coming out of the Vision Fund? And let's take a look at it there first before we take a look at.
Let's take that out of the discussion.
Okay.
First of all, to my knowledge, they don't need a new roof. The roof's been repaired. No one's communicated with City Hall about the need of a roof. So, back to the motion of approving the
That's
Club for
fine
Boys.
with me. Yep.
Jason Solomon? Nope. Okay. Motion is to approve Club for Boys. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Pauline, do you have those figures?
Yes, Amanda and Lindsay both gave me a copy. Thank you.
Awesome.
Okay, Jason Solomon.
Thank you. I would like to, on the next item, I would like to make a motion to approve $5 million in requested vision funds for the Rapid City Collective Impact for the One Heart Campus. If I can get a second, retain the floor.
Second by Laura Armstrong.
And may I call up Charity Doyle, the project manager for One Heart?
Yes.
Hi, Charity.
Hi.
Fun to be on that side of the dais, I'm sure, this time around. So can you talk to us a little bit about why it's important that we fully fund this project at $5 million versus a partial funding at $4 million? What does that do for you, and why is that so needed today?
Well, there's several reasons. One, the clock is ticking on a purchase agreement. There were some interested parties in that property, and through the vetting that we did for the various options to support a campus like this, that property definitely rose to the top. So that's one issue. Part of the benefit of that particular property is that it comes with existing leases. And like I mentioned earlier, we would have an opportunity to assume those leases and actually bank revenues to help with starting operations. It just kind of gives us that head start. We have this major concept, but we're kind of in limbo land right now with regard to the federal grant system because we don't technically exist. We don't have any brick and mortar, the doors aren't open. So trying to find the funding to actually get it open has been very challenging, and this was an opportunity that obviously if we could capitalize it, it would be extremely important. The other thing is that with that particular property in the purchase agreement, that property was specific to the providers agreeing to this model. We couldn't move the conversation forward with them until they knew exactly where it would be located. And so if we somehow have to default on that particular property, we're essentially back to the drawing board. And then the last piece of why this is so critical is the calls we're getting every week, the need, and even should we succeed in getting this $5 million award, it's still 2 years out minimum to get the doors open because it's such a big undertaking. So it's pushing it out there, and when we have people calling our office every week, it stays really fresh on our minds.
You know, can you answer why this is a wise investment for the taxpayers of Rapid City?
Absolutely. Because poverty impacts us all, we feel that having the city contribute in this way and being part of this solution is really powerful. After all, not everybody pays property tax, but everybody, no matter their socioeconomic level, pays sales tax, and Vision is 100% sales tax derived. So that's really important. So it makes sense that some of these Vision dollars go to help create this viable pathway out of poverty for people who are struggling in our community because they often don't get the benefit of those tax dollars. I can continue going, but if you want to look at the whole analysis of the Vision Fund from history, I did include that in the packet. And just so you know, 62% has gone into quality of life projects such as pools, sports, parks, et cetera. A lot of those amenities many of us in the middle class enjoy, but many of the people that we're talking about can't afford. Only 6% has gone into human services, and so I'm just, the things I'm hearing from you, Council, tonight has just been really heartwarming.
All right, one more question for you,
Yes, sir.
and then a final comment from me, and I'll release the floor. What would you know, one of the common, I guess, common comments I've heard, and I think I've read and seen, is that One Heart is going to be a magnet for the homeless folks in our community, but beyond our community, to come here and kind of tie up our resources and all of that. And I guess I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to that. I've heard it's out there quite a bit, and I thought this would be a good forum for you to share your thoughts on that.
Well, there's two parts to this answer. First, there's data. and then there's logic, and I'll go into both of those. The data shows that people experiencing homelessness or living in the crisis of poverty are not bused to places just because they heard of a place. They go to places because they have family, they have support, they have roots there. The logic would dictate that no one in their right mind is living in the crisis of poverty without the resources to do it well, is going to come to this climate to establish 9-month residency, to then get enrolled potentially in One Heart, to work their tails off to break the cycles that they are in. This is not an easy ride for people. These are people who are dedicated. They're struggling. They're trying to break that crisis of poverty, and it's not an easy feat. So the data that we've been able to find does not support the fear, although the fear is understandable. The cool thing about our provider network rallying the way that they have, we already know who the people are. They're our residents. We can establish that residency and validate who they are very, very easily. So that's one of the benefits of being on that shared database and having this amazing provider network that's making this possible.
Okay. So that fear is really nothing we need to worry too much
No,
about.
I don't believe so. I mean, the people are really going to come to One Heart through referrals. This is not something we're going to advertise. The biggest referral partners right now would be the school district, the 457 kids, 246 families we've counted, Wavy, Catholic Social Services, et cetera. We know who these families and people are.
Okay. So final comment, why I support this. I have given a lot of thought to this, and I understand, I've heard a lot of different sides of the argument. I believe we have an opportunity to do something remarkable here. If I felt like this was another sheltering opportunity to warehouse people, let's say, we already have emergency shelters, but that thought that this was just an expensive way to do that, I wouldn't support it. But reading through the material, I mean, we have a binder full of information. I'm sure we've all studied this intently. And reading through that and talking and touring and all of that just really convinced me that we can do something special. We talk a lot about hand up, not a handout, and this is putting it into action. And when I see the data and that we're dealing with facts and not just compassion, which we got to have compassion, but it's got to be kind of guardrailed by actual financials and facts. And we want to see successes. We want to see wins. We want to see people truly next level out of poverty and actually live the lives that they're meant to live. Because at the end of the day, this is all about people. All of our projects are not about the things, they're about the people. And that's what this is about. And I think we have something special here. Rapid City, I'm not even sure we fully comprehend how special this could be, that we could actually do it right in Rapid City, South Dakota, which we do a lot of things very well, and be a model for other communities. And I want us to lead with that. And so I am very supportive of this project, of this initiative. I'm very grateful for your service, for all of those who've worked with this, and not just people with a collective impact, but all of the agencies and all of the citizens. And this is something that bridges political lines. We have people from the left and right, in the middle, and everywhere else in between that are in support of this because it's a good investment. Because if we don't do something, what happens? And I do think about those children. I think about all the women. This is stuff that we have to really think about. And as the mayor once put, I believe in a letter recently, it's not just the homeless, it's the nearly homeless. And there is a huge chunk of folks in that realm. And I'll just say, as a child, I was homeless, lived in crack houses. I've lived in foster care system briefly. I've seen a lot of these things. These things matter. And when we invest in the future, we invest wisely with children. And we have a lot of things that are here for children, which I'm glad to support, including this. And so highly support it. I hope the rest of the council will as well. I believe you probably have a lot of questions to answer, so you might want to stay tuned.
Okay.
Thank you all. I won't take time like this on every item, but this one was important. Thank you.
Amanda Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. I've asked a lot of questions, and I even have had past visits with Charity because she's been working this for quite some time. I've never been comfortable with this concept because in my mind it's an all or nothing. I'd rather see a concept like this, start out small, build, have those successes, and continue on. So without seeing the flexibility, I mean, even when the Citizen Vision Fund Committee, the Citizens Committee, recommended even just, 80% of this, emails started flying. Oh, we have to have the full amount. That scares me. If you have to have the full amount, you don't have a contingency or backup plan, so I won't be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Richie Nordstrom.
Sorry, I lost track. Just to make sure I'm understanding correctly on the motion is to fully fund this in 2019. So the $5 million would be in 2019. Am I understanding that part of the motion?
Correct.
Yes. So thank you. I guess I'm disappointed in those previous comments. So Charity, could you come up again, please? I enjoy talking to you. I enjoy listening to you and your passion that you have about this project. You filled me with a lot of information, a lot of data, and it also helps me out with my scoring on this. And this is my own personal scoring system that I did with this, and I haven't had any peer review on it. But you scored, for me, you scored very highly on just everything that went across the board and how I looked at and examined it. One of the things there's two things that really comes to my mind is the uniqueness in this agency being able to fill the gap and address some of the issues that we've never been able to address before. Could you address a little bit about that, filling that gap within Rapid City that is not here? Because I think that's one of the components of One Heart that primarily the public doesn't really fully understand.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Nordstrom. So Rapid City Collective Impact wanted to look at what needed to happen in this community. We do a lot of things really well. One of those things is responding to people when they're in crisis. Not necessarily getting people out of crisis or breaking those cycles. So when you think of the landscape, we have an emergency homeless shelter through our Cornerstone Rescue Mission. They've been doing that job well for 36 plus years. We already have a street level outreach team through the police department's quality of life unit, where they're taking the knowledge, information, and connection of social services to the street level, to the visible part of the spectrum. The reality is that for every visible homeless person you see on the streets, we have dozens of invisible homeless in our community, and that's really what we're trying to reach. We have acute mental health and substance abuse services at the CARE campus through BMS's Crisis Care Center in Pennington County. We already have day services for the impoverished through the Hope Center. What is lacking, the gap, if you will, is that long-term 360 degrees remediation. I mean, helping people actually rebuild their lives and break those cycles. It's a very hard and long process. It's not a quick win. It's not something that is easily funded because it's not as fun as responding to somebody that's in crisis. Does that make sense? So that's the gap. And if you think about it this way, we have the Cornerstone Rescue Mission, we have the Hope Center, we have the Quality of Life Unit, we have the CARE Campus. The question becomes, what is next for people who are leaving those agencies? Do you know the answer?
You.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, right now what happens is they leave, they almost always get caught up in the cycles that led them there in the first place. We are spending as a community at least $124 million on responding to crises over and over and over, and we are not getting people out. And that is the difference with One Heart.
Could I stop you there for just a second? The other issue that I was hearing in the previous comments was sustainability. Could you address that point for me as well? I'm very interested on the return on investment for the community about this project.
Okay, I'm going to warn you ahead of time. The sustainability for a project of this magnitude is multifaceted, so it's going to be a long answer. If the rules are suspended, we can go for it?
Yep.
Okay.
If I need to stop you, I will.
Yes,
yeah.
please do. So while few nonprofits overall are funded in perpetuity, I know that term gets thrown around a lot, they deal with funding challenges every year to stay afloat. Many of you have worked with nonprofits, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Our goal from the beginning has been to create a very diverse funding portfolio for the reasons of sustainability. So pending approval of this $5 million, we've identified all the funding for first year of operations and 70% of the operational funding for the first 5 years, and we're still 2 years out at best. So some of that funding over the multiple streams over the first handful of years, there's the program fee. This is not a free ride for people. People will be expected to invest in their programming. We don't want them to graduate the campus and have a rude awakening of having to pay bills, so it's not a free-for-all. That'll be built into their program. Partner cost sharing for their office spaces on campus, classroom rentals for some of the agencies and community partners to come in. We don't have a lot of meeting space in Rapid City, so we're hoping to fill a niche there. Workforce development, we've been in discussions with the multiple economic development efforts underway to assist in that piece, because that's a big piece of what we're doing too, is that workforce development. The Vakurovich Foundation is a major partner of ours. We have private donors already. We have other general community fundraising efforts. Of course, I've mentioned a couple of times this evening the revenue, Mr. Nordstrom from College Station, and other leases on that property that would give us that head start, which is an opportunity not many people have. So we're really eager to take advantage of that. Those dollars combined give us adequate time to prove the concept in the terms of the grant world. What that means is we are well positioned for bringing amazing amount of new dollars into Rapid City to fund this, but only once we have the facility and we're open and we're producing data. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, so that's the first phase. Also in the works, we have a development plan to raise the non-acquisition capital, so mostly FF&E to equip and outfit the campus. Establish a reserve fund so that we can take advantage of unforeseen opportunities and emergencies, and funding to bring us up to 100% funded for the first 5 years. The reason this is important is because we don't want to be worried about raising dollars those first 5 years. We want to be focused on the people in the process and making sure that it's done right. So we have 2 years to accomplish this, to bring us up to that, and the property acquisition will help us carry that home.
Could you give me one more example? Because I think what we're getting into the area of too much of a good thing. So
it's just diverse.
Meaning that we're doing an overkill here right now. So if
how about not all our eggs in one basket?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Well, you can see we have lots of eggs and lots of baskets here. Social enterprise opportunities, that's another thing we're looking at, where it's a partnership between the residents that would be staying at One Heart to develop skills, gain some resume building potential, as well as potentially generate revenue for. So those are longer term things that we're looking at, but we need a lot of approaches so that if one piece dries up, we are not in trouble.
Thank you. And from my notes here, you've also got 23 agencies that are in the mix to support all of this. So thank you very much for that presentation. With that, Mayor, yield.
Lisa Modrick.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could have Charity come back up, if that's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. I want to, I need to counter question what Alderwoman Scott said, because information came out, and I'm not sure it's validated for her conclusion, and that was that the $4 million, you don't feel the $5 million has a validation. You don't think that there's enough skin in the game, whereas I believe there's $11 million already.
Correct.
That has been raised. No, I'm trying to follow up with a statement. So if you could, without an argument, if you could counterbalance the statement that you heard, just to share, so we're getting something solid out there on that statement.
If I could have someone recap what was said, maybe Alderwoman
Absolutely.
Scott, then I would be happy
That would be great, and
address that.
I would certainly yield that so we could get
I didn't
that
write it
answered.
down, I'm sorry.
It was that if you've been recommended for 80% funding, and to come back and need the additional 20% means you don't have a backup or contingency plan.
I would correct that on one count. We have raised 69% of the funding, so maybe it's 80% of the ask, but I think we have well indicated through the literature supplied as well as comments tonight that the timing is also a major piece of this, and because the vision came up when it did. Not to mention, well, I will mention it actually, the benefit to the taxpayer. We haven't talked about that. When I talked about the $124 million, 5.6 of that is taxpayer supported. And when you look at the part that's not included in that 124 million are the ambulance transports, the police interactions. Data shows, studies show, and I don't even know who I'm answering at this point, so I'm just going to talk until someone interrupts me. But data shows that people in the crisis of poverty use law enforcement more than anybody else because they sometimes lack the skills to resolve daily crises. So when you think about the fact that A, we'll have an urgent care on site, so that's going to reduce the ambulance transports for that particular population. So they're not going to be using the emergency department, which we all know. Oh, wait, I have some really good data, actually. We all end up paying for that when people are using the emergency department. And I think this is data I didn't have yet when I submitted the package to you all, so you might really be interested in this. Studies show that the estimated cost for services for a homeless person is over $33,000 for over 6 months. After 1 year of that wraparound support, the cost for these same services falls 74% to $8,600. That's a savings of over $24,000 per person, which means if we apply that to even a third of the people expected to go through One Heart, that $5 million investment is recouped in 2 years. So I believe we have significant skin in the game. On top of what we've raised specifically for One Heart, the collective impact work overall, we have invested millions of dollars, tens of thousands of hours. This whole community has engaged in that work. So it has been significant. The city has been a partner from the beginning. We talk about creating an inclusive community through our comprehensive plan. In fact, the word inclusive appears in that document dozens of times in the context we're talking about. So this project and this ask is an opportunity for us to walk the talk. My 2 cents.
And that is awesome, if I still have the floor, Mayor. Because it really fell into the next, the cost of the taxpayers today versus where we're going to be at in 2 years or when we can get these doors open. The opportunity for the location. It's an excellent opportunity. The fact that we've already got the buildings, it's, talk about shovel-ready. It's beyond shovel-ready. And I think that that also has added value to why an additional $1 million, your ask or your request, should be fulfilled for that $5 million. This wasn't started 2 years ago. This was started a decade or longer and has fruitfully become what it is today. We're there. It's time to get it done. So I would support it, and I hope that our colleagues will also consider that, because this isn't, this is no longer the vision, this is the reality. And we talk about up here, how are we going to fix our problems? Doesn't get any better than this. Thank you, Mayor.
Darla Drew.
Thank you. Just remain there, Charity. So when we're talking about the urgency of this money, you had mentioned earlier that there was some income from lease agreements that were contingent on you having possession of this building. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Right. The sooner we assume the property and assume those leases, because there would be no debt service on the building, we could actually bank that revenue while that, because we have to live the leases out. We're not kicking anybody out.
Who are the leases with?
College Station is full, and there's leases at the old library on NAU, which is now the Archaeological Society. And I believe Great Plains Tribal Chairman's Health Board has, they're leasing some space in the building between the dorms and that big library building.
Okay, and since we were just talking about this, who owns this building?
Dream Design International, and
I know,
there's
but
some
who
other
owns
LLCs.
it after it's paid for? I mean,
That's up
after-
to you to decide. According to the criteria, the city may elect to own the property, and we are fine with that.
Interesting, okay. So I was thinking about an asset if, you know, if something unforeseen does happen. And when I think about this project as a lifelong Rapid City resident, when this works, because it's going to work and it will save us a lot of money. $124 million in services is a lot of money for crisis care. And I think this is our next best hope. I'm not going to say that, you know, I don't have some reservations, because, I mean, you know, there's all kinds of things that, you know, you don't foresee when we're trying something really new, and that's what we're doing here. But I'm supporting it. I think that this is really actually what what will make our city a much better place. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Steve Laurenti.
Thank you, Mayor. This was a very difficult one for me, and there was a lot to read. Being a finance guy, I mean, I tend to look at numbers, and there's some of the committee is shaking their heads with me already, but so it's very hard for me to look at just the cold numbers or look away from just the cold numbers, because if I look at just the cold numbers, this one doesn't add up for me at all. There has to be some faith and hope in this particular project for it to turn out the way we all hope and would hope that it would. Like a lot of the human services groups that are already on the list that we're going to approve tonight. And so as I was reading through this and looking at all the other ones that we're going to be approving tonight, there's $4.5 million outside of this project, this proposed recommendation for human services. $4.5 million going into human services. Previous years, I can't speak to those, but I feel like the city is stepping up very largely via the Citizen Committee for Human Services. And I think it's extremely important because it pays on the back end. We don't get to see a profit and loss balance sheet, and we don't get to see all of that. But we know there's a human cost, and that's being spoke about on this particular project as well. But the hard part for me is knowing that we're already spending or investing $4.5 million in human services tonight in some of these great projects that have unbelievably long and proven track records, and they will help us improve in these areas. So the other part that struck me tonight is what Alderwoman Scott said about performance. And I've discussed it with these other ones already where they've proven their capability. They've proven their mettle. This is a very tough environment because there's a lot of grant work that needs to be done. They have tight budgets. And what I'm concerned about is the operational costs of this particular project. And I'm not convinced, especially, that some of the tenants are human services already here. So will they be adding to their overhead by maintaining 2 facilities? So will that diminish somewhat their ability to deliver the service they're doing today, knowing they're going to be investing in some sort of lease with this particular project as well? So that's a small part of it, but it's still a part of it. So I'm looking at the numbers again. But what struck me again tonight was Alderwoman Scott mentioning the fact that we have no performance here. We don't have anything to rest on that says, this group, these people know what they're doing. Abbott House, Youth and Family Services, Rapid City Club for Boys, the YMCA with their child development program. They have proven to us, and we're investing in them largely at $4.5 million tonight. So for me, knowing that we have struck a very large amount of money for human services with people who have a proven track record, I cannot support this one, knowing that we can use these funds for maybe some of these other projects that may or may not be human services that didn't get any funds, and some of these that got nowhere near 80%. Some of them got nowhere near that. Some of them got 25%. Or I know one that got 25%, and it's a city-owned property that hasn't been touched for 60 years. And I'm hoping that we're going to address that issue. But on this particular one, I cannot support it, knowing what we have already invested in human services tonight. I yield.
Lisa Modrick.
Thank you, Mayor. When we talk about we don't have a proven record on this, it's because this has been modeled and began long ago after an extremely successful Haven for Hope, of which I had the opportunity to go into, as well as several of us council members had gone to see how the success came from it a decade later. And the success is phenomenal. That's the proven record. That's what we're bringing home to Rapid City. And we have a very similar model from within our community. And not only did it work, but it has worked through the entire community. We went into restaurants and asked how that was working for them. They have new hires coming out of the transition of Haven for Hope. The changes have been made. We watched people come in and secure their bedding at 7 p.m. I said, why are you bedding down at 7 p.m.? And they said, the work bus comes at 3 p.m. and I want to get that seat on that bus. I said, have you always done it that way? No, this, Haven for Hope, got me here. That is the hand up, not the hand out. We're not reinventing a wheel. We're establishing a bigger spoke for our community, one that has to happen. We've talked about it for decades, which is why Haven for Hope has been researched. And we don't have to invent what they did. They've already gone through the hiccups. We get to capitalize on what has been successful and not have the bumps in the road. This is truly a community investment with a return that will be immediate. When Charity had mentioned that we have a taxpayer cost today, and that number is, you can't even say it, when you start talking about $124 million. But if we have these resources and we collectively put them in place, the collection is a key, it will begin to reduce, and there's more revenue generated from that. And the end result is we're also creating that human factor that you're talking about that produces back into our community. It becomes a better social climate. And we had one speaker that said, how were they going to get out of it? They were born into this poverty. Well, we're providing it an answer to how do you get out. The 457 children who need this facility now, so that they're the ones that are working in our workforce tomorrow. This is great. We have to think beyond our current and look into the vision factor of where are we going to be in 10 years, because we're going to make this happen today. This is one of the biggest projects at this desk, and we have to push this forward. And I love the fact that Councilwoman Darla said, where is this going to be as a city project? Well, it's going to become an asset to Rapid City. That, again, allows us to work off of our assets, whether it's bonding resources or anything else. Assets are a great thing to attain, and the return on that investment balances it to zero. $5 million is nominal for what our future is tomorrow. We've got to make this happen. I think we've got a split council. I hope you're all thinking, listening, reading, looking at these books again, and will reconsider that today is the day to put $5 million on a piece of property and make a change. The change is now. Thank you.
Jason Solomon.
Thank you. Just a brief final comments. Alderman Laurenti, who I respect, makes some really great points. The YMCA, YFS, all of these organizations that we have have a strong track record. Boys Club, all of you. Imagine what would happen if those organizations worked together to solve problems. And that is what we're talking about. This is actually not an organization that's working in a silo. It is actually, because we've had all these amazing organizations, there are gaps in services. It just is what happens. So we said, what happens if these amazing organizations in our community worked together to solve problems rather than on their own? What would happen? And over the years, what will happen to their budgets is they may not have to raise as much money in the future because of the things that we're doing here. And so when we see that collaboration and working together, that's the fundamental difference about this and every other unique organization, is we know in here from the leaders of those organizations that we respect so much that they are for this because they're working together. There are lease agreements with these organizations on the campus. We have a lot of it coming together. So because they're working together, I support it. If they were working separate and doing yet another thing on top of all the other things, I would question that too. But I want people working together because you know what? Together we win. And that is the whole point of all of this, is that together we win. And so when we come together and all of these organizations come together, instead of silos and gaps, we create unity. And that's what we are after. And so that's the distinct difference. And, you know, I'm sure, I think it looks like Alderman Laurenti wants to respond to that, but that's what I see as the difference between this, is it is literally working together. Thank you.
Steve Laurenti.
I'll only respond by saying that I agree with you in that working together will definitely be more successful than we are apart. But I must tell you, I know some of these efforts, and they already work together. They work in concert already together because they know how valuable it is to do that handoff of their service to the next service, because they identify while they have those clients whether they can service those people or not. And so those people get referred to these other services purely because of what you're saying, because there's no way it's successful without it. What I'm saying to you is that that occurs today already. And one last point here is that I'm not against this at all. I think it's a great idea for the future. And that's what people are talking about, the future of Rapid City. But what we need to see, in my opinion, is for this effort to start small, as was said earlier, and start winning, and start proving their viability, start proving their value like these other groups are. Because we're expanding our human services without this particular One Heart campus. We're going to expand capabilities a lot with that $4.5 million that we're already going to be awarding tonight. And I believe One Campus will exist in the future, for sure. Absolutely. But what I'm saying today is that they don't need the $5 million or the $4 million from us, because they are extremely successful, already proven that they can raise the funds necessary to get there. And I think they can get over the finish line themselves. And I think oftentimes government wants to get in the way of success by offering funds and subsidies where these groups are stronger without it. And we have seen that with many things. And I won't get into some of the other things that we have awarded with vision funds, but most of this council knows, probably could list 2 or 3 things that are running across my mind on a ticker tape like ESPN right now. So all I'm saying is this will exist in Rapid City, but I'm saying today and for the next 3 years, I guarantee you they'll probably raise every penny of it themselves without that $5 million that we can use for other worthy projects. I yield.
Lisa Modrick.
Thank you, Mayor. Gee, I love that these rules have been suspended. It feels so good. I just want to say in a complimentary fashion with the statements, because I think that's where this positive is with what Councilman Laurenti had said, and that's the public-private partnerships of which communities across our country are expanding their successes on. And it's that partnership. This isn't the city of Rapid City doing this independently or on their own. This is where the partnerships of our private and our organizations and our public bring it together. And it is, as the mayor had said earlier today, this is a gift of the community for the community. And what better gift can we provide than a solution? And the public-private partnership is today, it's now. Deferring it isn't the partnership. Then you only have a half a partner, and you can't really complete your work or have a successful outcome if you half partner. So let's partner together and let's make this happen. And I hope that this will go with our votes, and we continue forward with the $5 million request that's at hand so that we can own this property and get it on. Thank you.
Chad Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize, but I've got a really bad sinus infection, so I'm sounding not so great tonight. You know, there's not a single project on this list that anybody wouldn't vote for in a second if we had all the money in the world. The biggest problem we have, I think, in Rapid City is when this vision funding comes around, as we always, this term I'd like to use, but I can't. We don't go the full mile with everything. We always kind of want to give money to everybody and make everybody happy, and we end up half-assing everything. That's the term I was going to use. I'm going to use it anyway. Because you look around the city, and there's a lot of things that have been done with this vision money that were not done right. The 50-meter pool, it's built. It's a great pool. You can use it 2.5 months of the year, maybe, with the weather. Should have been covered. The indoor pool downtown, whatever, down Roosevelt Park, should have been a 50-meter pool to start with. And now it's a 25-yard pool with the end is not deep enough to have competitions on going both ways. Would have spent the extra money right away, it would have been perfect and been done. The field house, the one thing I advocated for to be brought forth as a city project, was never built. It's been approved twice by this vision committee. The money for it's always been rated out and spent on other things. And that would have increased the recovery rate considerably, like 70-some% on the pools, and actually reduced the amount of subsidy coming from the city to fund the pools every year. And it would actually increase the usership by like 200,000 people with programming and whatnot. So my point being here is that I feel like this year for the Vision Fund, I've said this since before when I first got back on the council again, was my goal was to try to correct all the things that weren't done. I mean, to like go back and take this round and fix things with the city, because honestly, folks, while I'm supporting some of these things because I really believe Mr. Laurenti said track record of these organizations that have been there, the fact of the matter is we need to take care of the city's project stuff first. I mean, this is what this Vision penny was for originally, was a civic center, and it came back. It was paid off the civic center. We split it at CIP and Vision Fund, and then it came back again, and we've cut it down to 42%, is it, of the penny? And you know, so we need to take. These are all for city-owned projects, and this, you know, it's not like I'm totally for this project, but I'm all these projects. I want to say let's just fund the city stuff first and see what's left over, because honestly, there's just so many good things out there, but. And I realize some of these services are vital, and the city can't provide them, and I get that's what One Heart's trying to do here. But I really feel obligated to fix and finish off what the city has built to start with, and it hasn't taken care of, like the bathrooms out there at the softball association. I mean, that's obviously got to be taken care of, right? It's an ADA requirement, and so we update it, and take care of it. You know, I don't want to spend $5 million on a baseball field, but it is a city-owned property. I don't know how we take, where we come along with that one. We're not there yet, but I'm struggling with it quite a bit. But it is a city-owned property. We are responsible for it. Ultimately, that's what this money was originally approved for. That's what its purpose is for. And my mistake, my feeling is this body, and I'm part of this body, whether or not I was on the body at the time, has made mistakes in the past where we open the door to nonprofits and everybody comes and sees this big pot of money and they're like, yay, let's go out to the city for money. And I get it. We know we've approved it in the past, so why not do that? And I definitely support. If this money was unlimited, if we had enough to fund everything on here, and I'm trying to do the math in my head to see if we can, and I apologize, I can't think clearly right now. I would vote for everything to do that, but until I can see we actually got the money to take care of the city stuff first, then I'd come back and revisit some of this, like this project and maybe a couple more. But right now, I'm just looking at this and I'm thinking, I don't know how I can go forward with that. My job as a council member is to put the city first. I know that you could use the argument that by doing One Heart, you're putting the city first, and I get that. But I feel like I'm responsible for the infrastructure in this town as well, and that's what I'm supposed to be doing with this money. I feel like that's the way this money is supposed to be allocated, it's what it's supposed to be used for, and I really believe that. And I know it's a struggle, believe me. Sam, I've got friends out here that are really, behind these projects, and I'm going to probably lose them over it, but I've got to do what I think is right for the city. So I just can't vote to spend $5 million right now when we've got things out there that need to be taken care of. I mean, I really believe that. If you look around the city, go look at the different things around the city, the city-owned properties that we have. There's a lot of things that just weren't done completely because we didn't want to make everybody a little bit happy, and I get that. But it's that just enough money to fail attitude that's kind of less of this infrastructure in need of being finished off. So that's where I'm at with this, and I really appreciate everybody's time and efforts, and I obviously think the committee did their work, and I'm supporting most of what you've done. I just wanted to let you know where I'm at, so thank you.
Okay, no more names in the queue here. The motion on the floor is to fund One Heart at $5 million, all in the first year. Well, let's go to a roll call.
Scott? No. Drew? Yes. Nordstrom? Yes. Modrick. Solomon. Lewis. Armstrong. Laurenti. Drury. Roberts. We have a tie vote.
Okay. Well, now the motion to fund at $5 million fails. We're back. That virtually takes One Heart back to zero. To zero.
At this point.
Lisa Modrick.
I'd like to make a motion that we fund One Heart $4.5 million. Thank you.
Second by Armstrong. Go ahead. Anybody want to talk? Lisa? Done? Motion on the floor to fund at 4.5. Go ahead, Lisa Modrick.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me explain that. This is a compromise now. We know that it's good. We're all feeling that it's a good project. We're uncomfortable, obviously, with the $5 million. We know that the $4 million is not quite there. If we take it to the 4.5, we have a better opportunity to retain this project, keep it moving forward, compromise it out. We have the funding available. That was already presented to us with $25 million total for allocation. So we're not having to chip away. This is an easy decision. I hope you'd all support it, because now we're talking that we want to get it done. Let's do it with 4.5, and I think we can get the community behind it as well with this discussion. So 4.5 is what I'd like to see. It's a compromise between the $5 million that failed and the $4 million that has been recommended by the Vision Fund Committee. Thank you.
Amanda Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate Alderman Lewis's comments about taking a look at the other projects and then revisiting this. If we start to compromise now when the discussion has already just occurred, I'll be voting no, because I'd like to move on. And if we're going to take a look at funding something at a lower rate, I'd rather do it later on. So with the motion currently on the floor, just so you know, if we're going to keep on this topic right now and not go on to the other ones, I will be no, 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 no. Let's get through some other ones, and you may change my mind. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for 4.5. No speakers in the queue. Motion for 4.5 million. Let's take a vote. Roll call.
Armstrong. Laurenti. Drury. Roberts. Scott. Drew. Nordstrom. Modrick. Solomon. Lewis. Tie vote.
Okay, tie vote. And in case you're wondering, the mayor here is chair of this meeting, can't break a tie vote on an issue that will cause for the expenditure of funds. I can break ties on all kinds of other boring things, but not that. So, Becky Drury.
Buried my microphone, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to fund the YMCA for $1.1 million per the 3-year. Thank you.
Okay, Jason Solomon was the second. Any discussion on this item? All in favor of approval of YMCA number 5, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Steve Laurenti.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve Destination Rapid City recommendation number 6 per the Citizen Committee recommendation.
Second.
Second by John Roberts. You're talking about the 3.99, the full funding? C? Okay. Okay, anybody want to discuss this one? Okay, motion on the floor is for approval of Destination Rapid City at 3.99 million. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Oh, motion carries with 2 noes from Darla Drew and Laura Armstrong. Okay. Who's next? Steve Laurenti.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 7, Black Hills Works, for the recommended amount of $450,000.
Second by Richie Nordstrom. Go to Amanda Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. In looking on this one, I know that the City Council recently, within the last year or so, had a special use or conditional use permit come through where Black Hills Works, I believe, sold a building. So I'm having a little hard trouble understanding why they're asking for additional money, because I would have thought that they'd had some funds from the sale of that building. So with that being said, and since the Citizen Committee already cut it in half, I won't be supporting this one tonight. Basically, it's just lack of understanding of why they're coming back to us for more money. So thank you.
Laura Armstrong.
Thank you. In the spirit of transparency, I have to abstain from this. I contract with them.
Okay. Lisa Modrick.
Thank you, Mayor. May I bring their executive director up?
Yes.
Brad Sadoff, thank you.
Hello.
Hi, thank
Brad
you.
Sadoff, Black
Thank-
Hills Works.
Thank you. Our Alderwoman Scott had made a statement, and I'm not going to repeat it because I'm not going to put words in anybody's mouth, but I know you heard it. If you could respond to that so that we have that question answered,
Yes.
since it's in the air.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The building that we had to sell no longer suited the purposes because, short story, there's been some changes in Medicaid programs, and that building didn't work for some of the programming we had to do. But we had to get a new building. So the new building that we got, we had to use the funds from selling that building to be able to buy our new location. So all those money are gone into the new building, 100% of them.
And if I could add, as I did get to do a site inspection, and it really shows, I noticed that the building was built in 1964. It's proudly displayed when you walk into the building. And that is why this request is needed, and why I believe that the Vision Fund Committee saw and represent this as a good investment for our community. And this also, I liked what Councilman Nordstrom had said earlier on in a thank you, and that is that this is a very diversified list of presentation, which is really cool, really awesome. And this presents a forward for our disabled and our learning citizens. And this is just, it's just, again, good money into a project and a building that needs that. And with 1964, like so many of our projects that we're approving now, it's overdue and it's a good investment. So I hope that the council's done their homework, and they also see that this building, you're not going to be moving out of it. It needs the expansion of which you've designed. So thank you for that. And I don't have another question for you. Did you have anything to add for me?
No, it's exactly right. It's a building that's served us well for many, many years, but boy, we have used it, and it's a building we still need.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're serving close to 600 people right here in Rapid City in these day program buildings. So we need the right facilities, and we need them in good shape. We work really, really hard to keep them up and keep them as good a shape as possible. But this one's just, it's old.
Yeah.
And we've run out of duct tape and baling wire.
Exactly, and we see it when we walk into the building. But I just want to thank you again for the advancements you do for the disability side that creates workforce and so many other things, and it's just an inclusion to our community. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Motion on the floor is to approve Black Hills Works for $450,000. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Here.
Motion passes with 1 no and 1 abstention. Okay, back to Steve Laurenti.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to keep things going and make a motion to approve item 8, Main Street Square, for the subservice project in the amount of $187,000.
Second by, loudest second was Lisa Modrick. Okay, any discussion on this item? Okay, motion is for approval of item number 8, Main Street Square Surface Project.
The 187.
Everyone in favor say aye.
Mayor, if I might, may I clarify, is it 187 or is it the 187.5 that was recommended? 'Cause he said
187.5. All in favor of that motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next, Jason Solomon.
Mr. Mayor, before we begin deliberations, just want to let everybody know I did have a conversation with Black Hills Sports this is Fitzgerald's Stadium, and was told today that even though their request is for 1.650, or their request is $5 million, the award is 1.65. They thought they could do phase one, which would include bathrooms, concession, and shading for the fan experience at 2.3 to 2.5. So I just wanted to put that information out there. And I'm not sure if anybody here from Black Hills Sports, is anybody here? I talked to Tom Weaver today. Pat?
Pat Hall's in the back.
Pat, would you want to speak to that? I spoke to Tom Weaver, and from your organization, he thought if at least we could get the 2.3 to 2.5, then that would help the fan experience to generate income, and then maybe down the road replace the turf.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's what we're looking at on Black Hills Sports. So if anybody wanted to make a motion for 2.3, that's what I heard. And Pat just confirmed it. Then I can't make a motion.
You can make a motion. There's no rules.
Oh yeah, there's no rules. This is great.
I love it.
All right. Well, I'll move to do $2.3 million to Black Hills Sports. I'm not sure if they need it all up front or not.
They have arrangements with some financial institutions to upfront the money, and then they would take this to repay it.
Do you know the duration, Pauline?
You know, I think they were looking at the 3-year term because there was a 3-year plan.
Okay, so maybe we should spread that out over 3 years then, to be safe, since they're doing financing. So I would spread that 2.3 over 2019, 20, and 21 due to financing, unless somebody has something else.
Steve Laurenti.
All right.
I guess I have a procedural question on that. Pauline, we end up doing MOUs on these. So my question to you is, if the funding isn't staged right, is that something that can be worked out with the entity that we've approved the funds for, or does that have to come back to council? The staging,
you guys can do it as how you approve it. And one of the questions in the applications was, do you have the cash flow to fund your projects? And so there are some entities that have arrangements lined up if needed with the financial institutions in town. Some organizations have cash on hand that they can at least cash flow. You guys will see an agreement with everybody that you agree to fund, and in those agreements, basically it says then that, like in the case, let me see if I can find a good case. YFS, I'm going to pick on you, sorry. You get $1.95 million, $1.3 million the first year. Well, we work out how many times I'm going to reimburse them until we hit that $1.3 million in that first year. We're not going to require them, if they don't have the cash flow, more than likely, to fund it all and come in and ask for one reimbursement at the end. So that's something that we usually work out between the city attorney's office, my office, and the applicant. So there is some of that going on, but you guys can still say this is where we want to fund you.
Okay, thanks, Pauline. And I guess what I would like to do with the motion maker, since I was the seconder, is to see it spread out over the first 2 years, since it's 2 phases that I think we're going to be.
I'm in agreement with that. That's fine.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I guess I don't know if I have the floor, Mayor. Do I still have the floor? Thank you.
As long as you want it for.
No rules. Wow. I just wanted to say that this is one of the items that I thought was important, and I think it's been spoken about, is that this is a city property that has, I won't say it's been neglected, but it's been being taken care of by a private entity for about 60 years. So this is something we should have, and I don't understand why they didn't get any money last time. I don't remember. But this is something we need to do. This is a economic development project, in my opinion, especially because it will hopefully allow them to go after larger tournaments that they haven't been able to get, because I know that's one of the things that they've been wanting to do for years. And when those hundreds of families come in and it's hundreds because it's many, many teams, their families come to watch those games. They got to sleep somewhere, they got to eat somewhere, they got to buy gas somewhere, they got to pay parking fines somewhere. And I didn't say that, Alan. But anyway, that money comes back to us. And I understand, there's, from that standpoint as well, from Human Services, there's that payoff. But this is a direct payoff. This is something we can put our fingers and our hands on. So I'm hoping that we will have the votes to get the ball rolling on something we should have done many, many years ago, back when it was the 2012 funds, honestly. So I yield.
John Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm just going to reiterate a little bit of what Steve said, because this being a city property, I think it's very important that we do fund it. I think that, Post 22 and Black Hill Sports, they've done a wonderful job keeping this facility in the shape that it's in. But I know that there's been a lot of private money that's went into it over the years to keep it going the way that it has been. But, after 60 years, it's probably due for a facelift. And seeing that it's a city piece of property, I think it's time. I'm very happy to see a little extra money get put into this project. And I hope in a few years, when there's another vision fund, maybe that group of city councilors will give them some more money at that time. But I am very happy, and I do support this project. Thank you.
Richie Nordstrom.
Thank you, Mayor. I preface this evening's discussion on diversity. And unfortunately, I like this project. Unfortunately, I don't see the diversity in this agency that's bringing this forward. So that's primarily the reason why I'm not going to be supporting this. Whereas the poorer aspect of this community that needs the funding is where that money should be going. The people that are costing us in the community need that support versus the agencies like this. Yes, I concede that it is city property. I concede that it brings in the potential of economic development, but I think we've got the priorities upside down in this case. And again, it comes back for diversity for me. So that's primarily the reason why I'm going to be voting no on this. And I appreciate what the Post 22 and all the people that are behind what the Black Hill Sports are trying to do out there, and I applaud you for that. But just because of my understanding of the diversity and open accessibility and everything that goes along with that, I just can't support this. Thank you.
Darla Drew.
Thank you. I have a couple questions for Pat Hall.
Okay.
Excuse me, I thought I better turn the phone off.
Well, I don't know if you can answer these questions, but I'm going to ask anyway. So when I hear other council people say that there's been a large amount of private funding put into the facility, could you expand on that for me and tell me exactly what that means?
Two things that come to mind. One, when the lights were put on for one of the World Series, it was about a $300,000 expenditure, and that money was raised in the private sector. Excuse me. And another one would be the field house that's used all year round on the ballpark. That was paid for privately, and I think that was about $250,000.
Okay, well,
those are the two primaries I remember in the 30 years that I've been there.
I get that. So I understand this is city property, and I understand that we should take care of it, but I've seen other groups that have come before us tonight that have already raised a substantial amount of money for their improvements. Would that be an ongoing thing that you guys would do, even though this money would be given to you at this time? Would you go out and continue to raise money so you could have an even finer place to have your events?
Well, one, I want you to understand, I'm there for the city as a representative from the city, not a representative of Post 22.
Okay.
They raise money and maintain the field. They've done a good job, and before that it was the Basin League. Won't be my job to go out and raise money to expand the ballpark. My job is to try to keep that ballpark running without coming back and saying, hey, I need money. And I think we've done a pretty good job.
So
We'll try to, but I don't know how Black Hills Sports can go out and raise money to maintain, excuse me, previous speaker must have given me his voice.
Actually, you need a cough drop too.
Anyway, I think I understand your question. I would say we want to expand and keep improving the ballpark. We would work with our tenant or tenants, and our hope is to make it into a multiple-use facility.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was wondering, have you considered a raise in your ticket prices? I mean, are you not charging enough so that you can't even keep up your facility?
Sure. Number one, I can tell you from experience, raise the price of tickets to go to a poor-looking place, you'll have less people coming. We hope to be able to raise prices, and I shouldn't say we. That's got to be the tenant's job. We don't raise prices. We rent the signs. More people come to the ball games, we can charge more rent for the signs.
Okay.
We control the concessions. More people come to the ball game, we can charge more for concessions. So that's the philosophy that Black Hills Sports does.
Alderman Drew, if I might take off my finance officer hat and put on my post-22 alumni parent hat.
As long as you remain clothed, you can do that.
What a lot of people don't understand is how that field operates. There are two separate entities currently. There's Black Hills Sports, who Pat represents. They are the board that has the lease with the city. Like he said, they sell the advertising on the outfield fences, and then they do the concessions. Then there's Baseball Parents, Inc., a separate corporation. They're out there fundraising hundreds of thousands of dollars every year to operate the programs that are actually taking place. They get the ticket sales, they do some sponsorships, they do some advertising like in their programs, their yearbooks, that type of thing, but it's two separate entities that do that. The Baseball Parents, Inc., part of what they do on an annual basis, they're constantly trying to improve the seating. So if there are broken boards, they replace boards, they paint everything, they make everything look as good as it can look. We pay for somebody, I'm not, fortunately, my son chose not to play in his final year of eligibility, but they maintain the fields, they do all the day-to-day stuff. And so they're raising all that money for the operations of the program, and so it makes it very hard for them to continue going back to those same wells to also raise money for some major improvements, but they have done minor improvements.
And again, all the funds we raise are put back into the ballpark. We don't give any to our tenant for road trips or anything like that. I was not even a post-22 fan when I went on the board 30-some years ago. And
well, I went there when the Chiefs used to play there, so that dates me somewhat.
Me too. Remember Frank Howard?
Yes. Anyway, can either one of you tell me what the annual usage of the field is by attendees?
Would you say that again, please?
Can you tell me what the annual usage is by attendees?
I think the number of attendees is in the application. I can't remember the number off the top of my head. They actually implemented a program 2 seasons ago where they're actually scanning tickets to get in so they have a better head count, but I guess I've never heard what that number was.
50,000 people.
All I can tell you there is it's a struggle every year because the bathrooms, for example, and excuse me again, some of your folks been out and seen them. The ladies' bathroom is horrid. So people leave the ball game to go to the facility. So what's happening is attendance is not going up. It's tougher. And when you got a tenant that's winning a lot, that tells you that the problem is the facility. And I've been through this in sports before, and I know how important the facility is. We can make that facility a lot better for Rapid City than it is. And I want to be a big part of that, I guess, so hope you'll support it.
Well, I am on the fence, so I will listen to the other comments that are going to come from my colleagues, so thank you. On the fence? Yeah, yeah, thank you.
Becky Drury.
You may be on the fence, but I'm up to bat, Darla. My comments are pretty short and sweet, and I understand that this is city property. When I listened to the presentation that they gave to the committee, they even came up with suggestions about, with the new stadium upgrades, they could open more things up to the community, which I would like to see, which I think falls in line with what Richie's saying. It'd open it up to more people. And whether that's a concert or whatever it is, but I think when I had people ask me about giving money tonight to this organization, they were pretty worried about the exclusivity of only post-22 teams using it. And it's really kind of locked off where the boys club's open to anybody, YSF is open, and then they see post-22 is kind of locked off to a certain group of young men and their parents. So I think that's where some of the rub is for me. However, if they're willing to open those fields up because it is city property and use it for a couple other things, I would be great with that.
Thank you, Becky. Could I mention a couple of things that we're trying to do? That's what I like, thank you. 2 years ago, the Civic Center called and said, can you seat 5,000 people and can we have a circus there? We couldn't seat 5,000 people, and that was part of the plan to have the permanent turf so that we could use the field. Hard to have elephants on the sprinkler heads. But that's what my objective as the chair is, to make this facility used for concerts, as you said, but that's one idea for BMX bike racings that we can do. So it is a chance to expand it. I hope I answered that and gave you some good ideas.
Lisa Modrick.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to remind us also that we should always consider our pride of ownership, and this is an owned facility, which is absolutely, Councilman Laurenti hit that on the nail. And when you go out there and you site inspect the facility and you see the 60-year-old products that are still being used today, whether it's fencing or benches or the bathrooms, gosh help us all, that old is costing more money to maintain. So are we throwing our money away by trying to keep something that's 60 years old band-aided, or is it time that we update, upgrade, and start making some savings on our investment? Because now is when we've got new products that last longer. And that bathroom, and I would have to ask Pat Hall if I could, Pat, but was that bathroom when we were doing that, it's not even ADA. I mean, the toilets are all over the place. It looks like you could actually pick it up and take it home with you. It is in sore shape. And this is a public facility. And if we have the expansion opportunity so that it has more use, then there's the economic development side, because if there is concerts, you've got the entertainment, the hospitality, the dining, the district that we have, the movies, it all comes back around. So I hope that we consider this and get this upgraded. They've been waiting in line now. If it started 60 years ago, the last time we really did something progressive, then we're meeting again in a great compromise if we're coming in at 2.3. And it's our facility. We need to have pride of ownership. Again, as the mayor said, I'm just going to remind us, this is the community gift, and we need to gift it back to the community. This is a good project. Thank you.
Chad Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm turning 50 next month, and I know I could use 2.3 worth of upgrades as well. this is one of those things I was talking about. This is the kind of stuff I think the vision money was originally approved for, and taking care of what we have neglected for too long. And I completely support this motion, so I appreciate the support for that and the idea, and hopefully we can move this forward. Thank you.
Okay, motion on the floor is to fund Black Hill Sports, item number 9 at $2.3 million. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Motion carries, 1 no. Now's the time, considering the city projects we have, we're exactly halfway through this. Would the council like to continue or recess to next Thursday night?
To recess.
All in, okay, motion to recess? Second. Till next, there's one tentatively scheduled next Thursday.
Next Thursday. Because we've got no.
Okay, who wants to, we have a motion. Who wants to recess? Say aye.
Aye.
Okay, looks like we'll stay.
Okay.
Okay, next item, please. Laura Armstrong.
Are we staying for the entire?
I'd like to make a motion, please, to accept the Vision Fund Committee's recommendations for Pinedale Elementary project for $750,000.
Okay, second by Darla Drew. Amanda Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand that, Darla and Laura, this is close to your heart because it's right in your ward. But the problem I have with this, even though it's an improvement in a parking lot, you know, and it helps out our community, I really think governmental funds should stay within governmental constraints of their funds. And so literally, I can't approve this one because it's coming from the school district. And we're already working with good synergy with what we can. We bus the kids ride free through the public transportation. I just can't see a governmental entity coming to the vision funds for capital improvements for their area. So I won't be able to support this. Thank you.
John Roberts.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I was going to say the same thing, too. I mean, you know, the problem with me is Vision Fund being sales tax dollars and the school system, you know, being the largest property tax, getting the largest amount of property tax in Rapid City. You know, we're just passing taxpayers' money from one fund to another, and I think that the taxpayers of Rapid City really need to get more out of this than just moving it over to another taxing entity. So, you know, I can't support it either. I hope that enough of my colleagues will say the same thing so we can just move this on. Thank you.
Laura Armstrong.
I'm going to go down swinging on this one. I respect Mrs. Scott, Mr. Roberts, but we've done past projects with Stevens Gym. We've done past projects with West Middle School. I think it's an investment in this neighborhood, and I just think it's a really good idea. They have a lot of skin in this game. I just think it's a win-win. We have to invest in our children and our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Okay, motion is to approve item number 10, Rapid City Area Schools.
Mayor.
Lisa Modrick.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. May I ask Kumar to come up as a representative? Thank you. Thank you, Kumar. You get the opportunity from me because we're suspended. We can do whatever we want up here.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for being here. And this is an important item, and as several of our ward councilmen are representing this, it needs to be validated with good discussion that's happening. And if you could fill this, because really, Ms. Roberts has a good point. I think all of us have some concerns, and that's the property tax versus the sales tax. And I'm not going to use the words that I use with the community on how low we get from property taxes on the city level, because it'll hit the paper, but we're at the bottom. And we don't get as much as really we need for infrastructure and otherwise. So this is a difficult item. It truly is. It needs to have careful consideration, and I think you can fulfill that to help us, if you would. So I'm going to let you share with me what you feel I need to know.
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back to the previous discussion that the panel had. First of all, thanks for having me, and I'm glad that I could have the opportunity to talk about this project. You know, we talked about a 60-year-old stadium, and I just want to remind everybody in this room is over 60% of the school district school buildings are 60 years, older than 60 years. You know, the bathrooms, the ADA compliance, the old steam boilers. You know, yesterday we had to shut off water in one of our elementary schools because of a water main break, and the school district is allocating dollars on only projects that prevent us from opening school next year. It's unfortunate, but that's the current states where we are. The dollars, you know, yes, I understand, you know, it's like taking it from this pocket and putting it in this pocket. It is not really the case. We have tried. We are currently in the need of $469 million worth of facilities needs in the district. And we have, you know, I visit multiple other districts, and I see that, you know, the maintenance that the other districts versus Rapid City area schools, they have 120 maintenance employees, and we have 20 employees. And the Rapid City area schools is trying to do its best with what it's got, and it is very unfortunate that we are in this stage. But we need to figure out a way to support these kids, and so that we don't end up in, you know, the kids go through their careers and they become scientists and engineers and help us take the country, you know, to the next level, not. So this is one of those projects that addresses the kids' needs in the playgrounds, and also obviously the phase 1 is only recommended for the playgrounds and the safety and security upgrades in the school, not the parking lot or lighting. And we did ask for $2 million, but Vision Fund Committee recommended only the phase 1 of that project. So I'll have to go to the school board for the rest of it. And
So if I could just say then, the Pinedale Elementary School grounds, because we still show that it includes the parking lot, but you're saying that's been eliminated of this phase 1. So are we just back then to equipment?
The phase 1 will cover the playgrounds for the entire elementary school, K through 5, and also the safety and security related upgrades within the playgrounds for the kids and the community. The community uses the playgrounds a lot, and so that's what the phase 1 is for.
So it's open to the public 365
Correct.
days a year?
Correct.
Anybody can use
Correct.
those
And
grounds?
the city and the schools have joined hands together on multiple projects, as some of it was mentioned, community centers and Knollwood School and Jeff with Parks and Recs, and we work together trying to provide the space for the community. The playgrounds are used a lot every single day. And, you know, Parkview Tennis Court Complex is a prime example. School owns the land, but it's all city property. You know, so we have a mutual agreement, and we work together. Us as a team, we have to work together to help these kids out and help the community out. And that's what this is all about.
And I think it's been substantially important that we've had is it PTA, or how's the organization pulling these funds? Because I know you've raised a tremendous amount of funds. Can you remind us again how much you've raised?
Sure, absolutely. First of all, I wanted to initiate that this project was actually born from the community, from the parents, from the retirees, and we went to the district and asked for help. So I want to thank Kumar for hearing us asking for this, saying we want these tennis courts, we want these soccer fields, we want these basketball courts. It's not just playground equipment. And then as a PTA, we took this endeavor on ourselves. We've raised $20,000 this year, which I know seems like pennies compared to what other organizations have raised. But let me just talk to you about how we raised those funds. We wrote grants as parents ourselves and received money from Lowe's and Black Hills Energy and Midco and Shopko and Safeway and Walmart. We conducted bake sales. We sold 431 pies to pay for this playground. We had a Culver's night where parents came and actually worked at Culver's for tips. We are in this. We are invested in this. And addressing Mr. Nordstrom's diversity, I think this is a perfect project for that. Our playground, we have Girls Inc. coming to our school. We have Boys Club. We have the Boy Scouts coming to our school. Every week, we host a Strider event for a local Down syndrome organization. This is not just for the 432 kids that go to Pinedale. And I feel very passionately about this because I live in that neighborhood and I look at that gravel pile every day. I see that playground equipment from 1957. That is still being used. And I've heard the promises every year from the school district, we're going to help Pinedale, we're going to help Pinedale. And every year a boiler goes, a school floods, another school is sinking, and they're operating in triage, and we just keep getting pushed to the side.
So if I could, I don't want to interrupt you, I just want to congratulate you for the great work, and I love passion, I'm known for passion. So woo! But at the same time, we're also dealing with the same thing that Kumar is dealing with on this side, and it makes it extremely difficult. You can hear the discussions we're having here, which is very similar. And I do have a concern, and that is if we are supplementing for the playground at Pinedale, then where does that stop? What school next is going to come, and what supplements?
I can help address some of those. How did we pick Pinedale all of a sudden? Well, as a school district, we did a playground assessment study in the entire district. And the worst playground was at Pinedale. And that's how we were able to go, okay, Pinedale has the #1 need, and here's why. And we have tried. And like I said before, playground is certainly plays a major role in the kids, but the district is focusing on trying to keep the doors open so we can educate the kids inside first. I've got a clay tile pipe that's separated like this, water main breaking, gyms flooding. So that's what the school district is trying to focus the money on, and here we are. We would really love to partner with you and continue the partnership that we have in the past.
And I appreciate that we continue the partnerships that we do on all the other things as well. So I'm done on this side. I know I've got in queue, and I'm really looking forward to hearing the council members that are representing as well the ward. So I'm going to release myself for now and suspend myself from talking. Thank you.
Steve Laurenti.
Thank you, Mayor. And sir, could you tell me, and you can just tell me up front if you aren't that familiar with the school district's capital improvement funds, but are they spending capital improvement funds on things other than capital improvements for the school district?
I can get you the answer, but I'm not prepared to answer that question exactly. And I'm not a finance director, and I wish I had like Pauline, my finance director here, to help you answer that.
I understand, just on good knowledge, that is indeed what the school board is doing, and what I agree with everything you're saying here. But the hard part I'm having is that everything that you're saying is very convincing. What I don't understand is, how is it you have one of the worst playgrounds in the city, and yet the school board doesn't see and hear what you're having to say? Now, I'm not asking you to answer that question. I'm now just speaking rhetorically. That's the hard part for me, is that another taxing entity is coming to another taxing entity to say, we can't convince our taxing entity that this is a priority for these kids. What's more important to the school district and the school board than the kids and the environment that they learn and play in? I'm having a hard time. That's why I'm not asking you again. I'm just saying rhetorically, that doesn't make any sense to me. And when something doesn't make sense to me, I'm hoping maybe that this public meeting that we're both I'm sitting and you're standing in might make a difference at the next school board meeting. But I can't support a taxing entity coming to us, and we're opening another avenue. And I get it, it's for a great cause, but so are some of the ones that didn't get a penny. They're extremely important to our community, and I won't mention all of them, but there's a lot of good ones that we said no to, and we can't say no, we can't say yes to everybody. The committee's done a great job, by the way. I mean, this is one of the best committees. I don't want to disparage previous committees, but I've been on the council for a long time. This committee is one of the best committees I have ever seen, honestly, because we mostly agree with their recommendations. We have been in previous recommendations. And I just want to quickly ask, if you will, quickly, how many of you have been on more than one of these committees? Just if you raise a hand. Just raise a hand. That's what I'm saying. So thank you. Please, please continue to volunteer because this committee, when I first came on the council, we overrode a lot of the commit. Unfortunately, a lot of the, and that may have been council mixture. Maybe the committee was great, and I'm sure they were. It's always a good eclectic mix of people from different professions. But this committee has been very good in that we don't oftentimes override what they're doing. That's a reflection of the great work you guys do. But back to this subject, I honestly sympathize with you. I'm hoping that this meeting and my words and some of the other words that are being said has some impact. But from the standpoint of awarding this taxing entity's vision fund for that taxing entity, I just can't go over that hurdle. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Richie Nordstrom.
Thank you, Mayor. I hope that everybody understands where I'm coming from, is the diversity. And this project is one of those. And the reason why I'm saying diversity is critical to this point is because this is a good example, another good example of having diversity. And plus you are also partners with the City of Rapid City. Parks Department, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the Parks Department is a player in this. And so this struggle that folks are having between another taxing entity and this taxing entity and this pocket to that pocket, I'm clueless of understanding that rationale. I don't understand it because you folks are a good partner. I really appreciate, number one, the diversity. You're helping out the kids. You're bringing in good projects for the community. That's what this is all about, and bringing all of that forward. And I just want to re-emphasize, you folks have been good partners with the city, not only in this building, but other projects within the city. And you have a good, from my understanding, you have a good working relationship with the city. And so I just want to say wholeheartedly that you've got my strong support on this because of your proven track record. You've shown me that the community is very much interested in this. And the bottom line for me is you're helping out the kids. That's the biggest important thing for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Darla Drew.
Thank you, Mayor. What is the young woman's name here?
My name is Jackie Waldy.
Jackie, yes. We are cut from the same cloth. I was unit PTA president, city PTA president, lifetime member. I mean, you know, I just drank the Kool-Aid, so I totally understand. And I built a lot of playgrounds, too. So, or at least raised money for equipment. It seems like this is a lot of money for equipment. You said earlier that Strider comes to use your stuff, boys clubs come to you. Why? Why are they coming to your playground?
It's initiated by the parents and the community that we want to provide that for the students in our building. So we want to provide them outside opportunities to come. And it's honestly a large big flat gravel pile, so teams can practice there, and you can ride your bikes there, and so.
Okay. So this might be one of those cases where yes, in the future, maybe no right now. Okay. Because you do have capacity to raise money. You're in an area that has people with capacity. I'm a fundraiser too, and I would certainly talk to you about it. I think that, you know, Strider might be able to give you some funding. I think the Boys Club might be able to pitch in something if they're using your facilities. I think that you have more resources out there than you've actually tapped yet. And so in this particular case, as much as I'd like to say, yeah, just go ahead because it's good for the kids, it is good for the kids. But at this juncture, I think that since you are school property, that we need to put some onus on the school board for this project and for the PTA. there's some ideas that, you know, I would be willing to meet with you and tell you how to find more money for your project, and maybe even reduce the amount of work that you could do with the playground and still get a great amount of use out of it. I mean, people are getting use out of a gravel pile. I know that's not what you want, but that's what they're doing. That's what kids do, you know. So I would like to just think that maybe we just back off on this. We look at some other sources of funding, and yes, you wrote some grants. It's great. But I think there's some help that you could get from this community. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, the motion on the floor is for approval of the Rapid City Area Schools. This is item number 10. All in favor of that motion say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Who said aye? How many? 1, 2, 2? 2 ayes. Okay. Motion fails. Chad Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't want to, well, there's no rules, obviously, but I don't want to feel like anybody's getting, whatever, left out. But I'd like to make a motion to try to expedite this process at this point, unless there's a lot of different opinions to fund the rest of the items on this thing as per the recommendation above the committee. And that would include BMX, the Senior Center, the Softball Association, and Elevate. I think that's what's left. If I'm doing my...
One Heart?
we're going to come back and we can reconsider that
Wait till
after we're done with this part.
Okay.
You want to go? Well, I just think we just keep discussing things we're going to deny too much, but okay, that's fine. That's my motion. If I have a second, if not, no big deal. So, no motion? Okay. Okay, my motion to approve a Harney Little League. This is nice not having rules. Hang out with my kids.
We had a motion and a second to approve Harney Little League. All in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next, Amanda Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make the motion on the only one genuine economic item I saw on this for the full funding of $2 million, because this endeavor is being led by the business community itself. I would hope that...
Preach, preach. Keep going.
This is being led by the business community itself instead of being led by the city. I think it has really excellent opportunity, and I'm confident that it will succeed, and it takes the burden off the city, because now the business community will lead its own economic, and they're the ones that have the knowledge to make this succeed. There, how's that?
So we had a motion. Who seconded?
Four of them.
Okay. Jason seconded.
And can I get clarification of how it's split out?
Looking at yours up there, and since they've already raised some funds, I would recommend this go into the second year, 2020.
We also have Pat Burchell here from Elevate, if anyone wants to talk to him. Lisa Modrick's in the queue. Go ahead.
Well, it was really suspended there for a moment. I would like to have Pat Burchell come up if I could.
Okay.
And while he's coming up, I just need to clear my thoughts here. We had some conversation, and I hope we can have more positive conversation on item 4 as we're reflecting on item 12 and the outstanding statement that Councilwoman Scott just made for the economic development process of Elevate, remembering that this is a startup. It doesn't have a performance review, but we have a great opportunity in Elevate with substantial backing already with the partnerships of our businesses and our individuals. We have already been infusing funds from our budget into our economic development, and now I think there's some capital that is going to be raised through memberships with the umbrella now of the Chamber of Commerce. So super positive things are happening, but there was the statement of earlier, we really can't invest in something that we don't know. So knowing that that is out in the air, maybe there's an opportunity for retraction, and we may use that later. And Pat, is there anything you want to share with me?
I might say, yeah, well, that's, I'm not sure there's a question there, but I'll.
Open it up to you because we're suspended.
Well, you know, the startup factor would be that, you know, economic development's been around for a very long time. It left the chamber 25 years ago, by the way, the Economic Development Partnership did, and now it's coming back together. I think what happened real shortly in history is that, you know, 3 years ago, the chamber and Economic Development Partnership looked at a new way of doing things, and what came out of that is that they should do it together and that we should consolidate and merge the chamber, the Economic Development Partnership, the Economic Development Foundation, then include Ellsworth Development Authority. There's a lot of people doing a lot of things with military and other things, but really we need to speak with one umbrella, and we're really moving forward. And I would tell you, as the, quote, interim CEO, and we're on a search for that, that there's been a tremendous amount of interest, and I would tell you things have been re-energized. And I could sit here for a couple hours and talk about this, but I really don't think that's what you want. So,
well, I appreciate that because I think that was a great, quick summary of some historic value here. Again, another wonderful buzzword that we used on item 4 was the collective. The collective is the key to success. And so with this, as we find out if it has support on this, this great opportunity of endeavor, and the jump to $2 million from the recommendation of $900,000 from the committee, and they may have seen something different from the $2 million that was jumped ahead. But I want to make sure that the conversations we had previously maybe will rotate back, because this is an example of a good opportunity for investment, as is some of the other items to include number 4. Thank you.
Jason Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Burchell. May I please ask you a direct question? Would you have any heartburn if we move this to year 3?
Not one bit.
Okay. And I'm all in support on Elevate Rapid City because the economic development of our community is actually what pays the revenue that pays for future vision funds. So this is an engine that we're talking about, and that's why I'm all in on this. Absolutely support it. So if I can make a substitute motion to, or amendment, thank you, friendly amendment, that we just move this from year 2 to year 3, the entire $2 million from year 2 to year 3, if I can get a second.
I'll second that.
It's a friendly amendment. You don't.
All right, I yield.
State Darla Drew.
I have a couple questions for Pat, please. Mr. Burchell, excuse me.
You can call me Pat, that's fine.
You guys have done an outstanding job. This is phenomenal. This work is really, like Amanda said, business-led, and some of the best minds and best companies are behind this. I want to support it. But I have a question for you, too. I have a direct question. You asking for $2 million. You were, they were ready to give you, what was it, $900,000? Would you be willing to accept 1.5? We could put something into other places in our community. You have the capacity to fundraise. We know that. So would you be willing to meet and in a compromise?
You know, I really can't speak for the Elevate board, myself. I hope you understand that. I think there's great opportunity here. I don't know what the next 2 or 3 or 4 years could unfold, but if we get to be the B-21 training base, there's going to be, I think there's so much to do. We was talking workforce development, you mentioned that earlier, Charity. I mean, I can tell you what I've found out the last 60 days since I've been on this interim CEO. There are a lot of people talking about workforce development, and there's a lot of good ideas, but there needs to be a convergence of it. So we need to have a group put together, and I think out of that, look at pathways, you look at Western Dakota Tech, you look at Career Learning Center. So I would say there's a lot of needs here in this department, but I'm not gonna, I'm gonna say maybe.
I can see that, yes, I really did put you on the spot, and I apologize for that. But, you know, you got to ask, or you never know.
Yeah.
So, you know, you might have said, yeah, that'd be fine. So, anyway, I had to ask, and thank you for your work, and I yield.
Okay, the motion on the floor is for funding of Elevate Rapid City in the third year for $2 million, correct? All in favor of that motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank
you. Item, Chad Lewis.
My microphone on. I'd like to make a motion on the Canyon Lake Activity Center. While I do respect what the committee recommended, I would like to make the motion for the $50,000.
Second. Okay, second by Chad Lewis. Okay, you done?
They did their work. They have a lot of skin in the game. This was the very last resort for them to come here. I think we can, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, Amanda Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. So I know, Mayor, you said that you believe that the Menahalusahan roof is repaired and fixed and doesn't need to be replaced, but that wasn't the last update the City Council had received. So I will tell you this when I'm being prodded by my husband. Okay? He said, why would you approve for an expansion of one city-owned building for a senior center when you have a roof on another one that needs to be replaced and it's a city-owned building? So,
well, it's a myth. It's a myth that it needed to be replaced. We had roofing experts go up and look at it and developed a plan for repairing it, and the cost was around
Less than 1,000.
Yeah, less than $1,000. So,
And
they also
it's
said
good?
they got 20 years left on the roof.
Okay.
So it came up as needing replacement. It went all over. I took it under my wing and vetted the whole thing out. So.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Like I said, my husband wanted to make a point on this one that we really needed, before we expanded something else, we needed to make sure we were taking care of our city-owned buildings. So with that said, I can support this as long as I know we have no leaky roofs over at the other senior center. Thank you.
Chad Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Laura Armstrong just informed me that she's on the board and she would know about it if there was an issue. So throwing that out. I've asked Mr. Graspy a question if I could, please. I guess I can. No rules. Mr. Graspy, you mentioned something when you were presenting about they don't need the full $50,000. They raised the other $20,000 themselves, so we don't need to give them full. Is that true, or would I mishear you? Because I can't hear very well right now. I mean, I'm prepared to fund the $50,000, but if they don't need, but if the committee, I assume you did your due diligence like you've done everything else. So,
if you would identify yourself, please.
Yes, Michael Garfield. I'm the director of Canyon Lake Activity Center. Right now, we're projecting the cost to be $150,000, and we've raised about half of that. We're about $84,000. So we had projected a $50,000 request to complete the project. We've broken ground. The cement is poured. It's waiting for the next phase. We're looking at springtime for painting and fencing to go up around the project. So right now we're at about 55% complete as far as the funding goes. So yes, we could use the $50,000.
Okay, that's the question I had. And just so you know, it's not cement, it's concrete.
Yes.
Just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
Cement's floured like a cake, like concrete is floured anyway. Okay, so yeah, I'm all for the $50,000, so I'll make sure we had the right amount. Thank you.
Darla Drew.
I have a question for the same gentleman here. When you do get this court or this complex done, you will be able to bring in tournaments. Is that one of the ideas behind this, and its economic development as well?
Correct. In the planning stages, that was one of the incentives for us to expand from, originally it was 4 courts and to expand to 6, and then we have 3 indoor courts. But to be, the sport is just exploding, and to be able to host tournaments, Rapid City already being a destination point, would just be an added feature to have people come here and play in these tournaments. I don't know if you're familiar with the game of pickleball, but there are tournaments all over the country. And so, yeah, it would be a big boom for our center as far as increasing the viability, of the future of the center itself.
It is the fastest growing sport in America at this time, is that correct?
It is.
Okay. So, just had to say that, and yeah, so I can go ahead and support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Richie Nordstrom.
Thank you, Mayor. To the Executive Director, yes, I've got in my notes that there's 6 different agencies that are involved with your organization and help out on this pickleball court. Do you know who those agencies are?
Well, we've had a number of fundraising efforts going, and they're still going today.
Yes.
But probably the biggest behind us backer was Jim Skull.
Oh.
And he sits on our board of directors, and right off the bat, he contributed $25,000 in kind donation and materials and labor. But Pete Lean, Muth Electric, and just about every bank and credit union in town, I think, has donated something to it. And Black Hills Energy, and it's just a collaborative effort of different large organizations around town have supported us, as well as members of our center.
Thank you. Another important factor for me is that who's helping you out and how much they are able to help you out. So thank you.
Yeah.
Laura Armstrong.
Real quick, just to address Mr. Nordstrom's concerns about diversity, the center has been very proactive, and it's no longer a senior center. They opened it up to people 21 and older, so it is more inclusive. So I just wanted to assure you that. Thank you.
Okay, the motion is to approve Canyon Lake Senior Center for $50,000. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, please. Steve Laurenti.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve Rapid City BMX per the $78,000 in the first year, as recommended.
Who seconded?
John.
Chad Lewis seconded. Okay. Anyone want to speak about that? Okay, motion to approve Rapid City BMX, $78,000 year 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item. Becky Drury.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve the Rapid City Softball Association ADA compliant restroom facilities.
Second.
For the full amount in the first year.
Steve Laurenti seconded. Full amount in the first year. Anyone want to talk about that? Okay, all in favor of approval, Rapid City Softball, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next item now on to city projects. Dinosaur Park. Huh? Dinosaur Park? Anyone? Jason Solomon?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve the $1.6 million for Dinosaur Park. The only thing I'm confused about is what the spreads on that. Is that the first year, second year, third year?
2021, I believe.
2021? So I would say for 2021, and if I could get a second, retain the floor. Did I get a second?
Second from Nordstrom. Go ahead.
Okay. Just very quickly, Dinosaur Park is an icon in our community, and I support this because I think people of all abilities and all ages should be able to enjoy this beautiful view that we have from Dinosaur Park. All of us have, or at least hopefully most of us have taken in the view up there, a sunset, a sunrise, and the idea that whether you're a child in a wheelchair or whether you're a senior citizen who can't quite get up those stairs, now you may have the opportunity, or stroller, all of us, and it might very well be me. But that idea that every citizen in Rapid City can enjoy the view from Dinosaur Park and the dinosaurs themselves is tremendous. And so I wholly and wholeheartedly support this. Thank you.
Any other discussion on Dinosaur Park? If not, there's motion for approval, $1.6 million in 2021. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, Military Park. Or maybe it should be Veteran Park. Military or Veteran Park, something like that. Becky Drury. Yeah, you want me to save time now. No rules.
Thank you,
He wants
Mayor.
me to
I'd like to make a motion to approve the creation of a military appreciation park. Second. And I'm not sure for sure which year, if this is a second. It said it would take 2 to 3 years.
I would say 2021.
2021 then.
Okay, we have a motion for approval of the park for 2021. Amanda Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Two things that is really what I wanted to comment on. Sorry, it's getting late, so I think we're all getting a little punchy up here. Two things. One is where this is located. Is this in the floodplain when we're talking about trying to mount equipment down there, or let me put it this way. If this gets approved, I would like due consideration made to make sure that we're not putting or mounting or displaying a large piece of equipment that's going to cause us trouble in a floodplain later on.
Let's hear from Jeff Biegler
Jeff,
on it.
they
I
have
think
an
he's got
answer
the
for us already? Okay.
Sorry, I've been
It's
sitting
not
there
ready to
so
fall
long I
asleep.
could barely get back up. There shouldn't be any concern about that. This area already had tennis courts and lights and a restroom building and all of that sort of thing. A portion of this is part in the floodway. We would need a floodplain development permit, but it is possible to put this there.
Okay. And then the second thing, and this is more of a comment, Jeff, but so far as this has been described, it's been described as a military appreciation. And I know we do have a United States Air Force base that is really close to us. And I know we have a National Army camp. But there are 5 branches in the military, and I believe we do have citizens and veterans of all 5 branches, which is the Army, the Air Force, the Navy, the Marine Corps, and the Coast Guard. And there's supposed to be a Space Force eventually coming forward. So my point is, if this is truly going to be a military appreciation park, I just want to make sure that all of our service men and women in all branches of the service are recognized equally over time.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Darla Drew.
Thank you very much. I am the proud daughter of a military veteran. My dad was in the National Guard, retired as a full colonel. He came here in the early 50s, and he passed out pamphlets to get the base here initially from Mitchell. And in 1972, he was still in the Guard when the flood hit, and we had the camp. The Golden Coyote is what they call it now, and all the National Guard were here, and he helped deploy people to help during that flood effort. I saw the homes that were removed and the people that lost their lives because of that flood, and why Memorial Park was made in the first place, to be a beautiful ground free of all these kinds of, I don't know, I really can't see a plane down there being what we wanted for this area. It's a memorial park to remember the lives of the people that perished there, and they gave up their homes. They didn't want to, but they had to because it was floodplain. And now we're going to put military equipment down there. I have all kinds of reservations about this. I think there's better ways to recognize our military people, maybe with a reflective pond or just flags and a nice memorial of some kind. But I don't want to take this beautiful area that was constructed because of the loss of life in our city and make it into another area that would just have a big old plane in it now. And I've done some research on planes being put in public areas. And a lot of the cities that have decided to do that decided to take them out, because they were the kind of things that people would climb on. They would do, you know, graffiti or whatever. They just weren't good ideas, and they're hard to maintain. They're expensive. They rust. I mean, these are things that we have to consider if we're going to have something in our parks for long term. Because if we do this, this isn't just for, you know, 10 years. This is for 50 or 100 years. And we're putting the burden on people that are coming after us. And so I am all for giving our military, you know, all the love I can. I'd rather put money into the VFW, you know, and help the people now that need help, or put the money into One Heart and help them through that system. That's the way to recognize our veterans and to really appreciate their service. It's not by putting up another memorial. I would rather actually help the people. And I think my father would feel the same way. Thank you.
Chad Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually agree a lot with what Mrs. Drews just said. Excuse me. I think that having something to maintain, like a plane, and they get vandalized, and people get hurt on them. I think if you want to do a military park, great, but make it more of a reflective pond, and represent the five. But I guarantee, I saw Moonraker. There is a Space Force, so I think there is probably going to happen out there. You're going to need all five of those places to be represented. All the services. Don't make it just about the military or the Air Force and the National Guard. But I think a plane, it's a great, obviously you can go out to the base and see their museum out there. They've got planes out there. I think it'd be, like reflective pond, something like that would be appropriate. But I don't want to design it for you. I don't know how to do that. But I just think that I don't know how we approve this and still have some, input into the design process. I don't know if we want to do that at this point or how we want to do it. I guess if we just move on and wait for another round, or I guess I'm kind of not sure how to vote about this at this moment, because I do support the idea. I just don't know that I want to put a bunch of money and time into something that we're not exactly sure what we all want here. So that's my point. That is, yeah.
Laura Armstrong.
If I may, can I please call Mr. Christover to the podium?
Sure.
If you could just state who you are, who you're affiliated with, and discuss your concerns, please.
Good evening. My name is Chris Stover, and I represent the Friends of Rapid City Parks. We're advocates for the Greenway and all Rapid City Parks that we have in this town. A lot of folks, that we love Rapid City for our open spaces. And the number one concern that we would have as a group for this development within the Greenway, and this is development happening in the 100-year flood zone, is the closing in of our green space. Now, clearly, everyone supports our military. We support our veterans. My father is a veteran. However, I think that putting an aircraft that's 147 feet long in a wingspan of 135 feet, plus other sundry pieces of equipment that may go down there, to me, that is definitely closing in of our open spaces that we have in town. As I'd just like to reiterate what the other alderman had said, green space is important. Open space is very, very important. There's intrinsic value to having open space in our town, and I would think that all of us would agree that that is one of the tremendous things about our town. The 1972 flood was a horrible incident, but it was also a blessing for us that we ended up with this open space. So thank you very much.
Richie Nordstrom.
Thank you, Mayor. Have we got anybody here from Embrace the Base? Or is Mr. Aldrich in the audience? Or the architect or design for the park?
Closest thing we have is Jeff Beegler, I think.
Great substitute. Are the knees working okay, Jeff? Good. Mr. Bigler, if you could tell us a little bit about some of the concerns that have been raised already, specifically the vandalism. I know there was some discussion during our conversations at Embrace the Base, and then also if you can address that first, and then I think I may have a follow-up.
Certainly. Those are some valid concerns, obviously. The concern about vandalism, these displays would be raised off the ground high enough so that they would not be able to be climbed upon, which would minimize any kind of vandalism. I can't say that vandalism doesn't occur because I see it every day in every park in every part of the city. But steps would be taken to minimize that vandalism by raising these up off the ground sufficiently.
And then have you heard any other cities or municipalities or parks utilizing aircraft or vehicles of this nature that had to remove them? Have you heard that?
I have not heard that, but this is kind of a unique experience. I've been to other communities that have been affiliated with nearby military bases, and a lot of those have had displays in their parks of military hardware and equipment.
And then the last concern that was raised is the space or aesthetics that has to do with this area. Can you address some of the concerns that have been raised on the features that would be removed or the open space that would be filled? Can you address some of those points?
This is a site that used to have the tennis courts down there. They used to be in place, and when they were removed, the area currently is green space, and it's an area that we've put some new pathways in. We've done some irrigation, we've done some grading and some landscaping there to create this, to fill up the space with plant material so that it's a pleasing space. It would take away from that open space, yes it would, but that's a decision that it would have to be made, I guess, to put something in there that would attract visitors to the space that otherwise wouldn't go down there.
And can you tell me, I'm trying to think of all the parks that we have in the city of Rapid City. Do we have anything similar to this already in use? A military appreciation or a military recognition of some kind? I know there used to be some memorials around, but...
There are some memorials around, yes. Memorial Park does have a Veterans Memorial. There's a Veterans Memorial at Halley Park behind our Parks and Rec Administrative Building. So there are some of those in town, yes, but not with any military equipment.
Or vehicles or equipment, no. Yeah. So the last remaining question I have for you is that the recognition of the people who passed or were deceased in the flood. Do we have any recognition of those folks who are throughout the city?
We do. We have a memorial at Memorial Park closer to the Civic Center that lists all of the names of those who perished in the flood.
And I've heard one rumor out there that there is something being planned for the anniversary in 4 years. Maybe it's 3 years now, but 4 years. Math is, we're getting late here. Yeah, yeah, it's 2022. There's another anniversary coming up. Have you heard anything about some of the?
I do not have any information on
I've just heard some rumors about some potential recognition of the 72 flood as well coming up during that anniversary. So thank you, Jeff. I appreciate your time. Yield.
Jason Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, just very quickly, as a veteran, I certainly appreciate the park and what it's going to do for, obviously, our support of Ellsworth Air Force Base and our National Guard. I don't know if we should get too hung up on design because it may not even be a plane. What I would rather see is we give you a budget and then it works through the parks process up to the council for approval, and then we can debate the plane or the flags and all of that. Because there's a lot of projects we've funded that we don't even have a conceptual on. Here we're already putting a plane, and there's more than one way to skin a cat, and more than one way to honor our military. We are proud to be a neighbor of Ellsworth Air Force Base and home for the South Dakota National Guard. So that, I think, is what I would support, not so much that we go with the concept just now. So I don't know if that's part of the motion or not, but I think that can be debated, but instead we're just giving them a budget. So with that, I yield.
Need a motion? We have a motion?
Yeah, I made it.
Okay.
Can I have a second?
Laura Armstrong.
Real quick, I think we are all in agreement that we value our veterans, and we're in a very unique area that can appreciate our veterans. If this does pass, I would like to see community involvement because Ms. Drew and Mr. Stover made some valid points with their concerns. I agree with Mr. Solomon. I would like to see them, or at least the Friends of Rapid City Parks, involved in that on a committee. I'd be willing to be a liaison for that as well. I think this really could be a great idea, but I'd like to see as many people on board and comfortable with this to respect the historic and emotional significance of the greenways. Thank you. I yield.
Okay, thanks. I'd like to just say something about it since I was involved in the planning of it. There's no rules. So,
No rules.
all right. One of the things that is noted in our comprehensive plan, one of the things that's come up in the downtown plan, one of the things that we experience with the newer generations is that what's very important is to create spaces. This will take a vacant area that used to house a dilapidated tennis court and turn it into a beautifully landscaped park where people can go. The parking lot is already there. The outdoor restroom is already there. The lights are already there. The irrigation is already there. This fits. So here's where the idea came from. You drive through Pierre, South Dakota, or Belle Fourche, or any hometown in America, and you find by the fire department or somewhere else, you find a display of military equipment. It could be a howitzer, or it could be a tank, or something of that nature. And so we all say we support the base. I say, how do we prove it? That's where the idea came from. Let's put something here that becomes a landmark, and it says, well, how do you get there? You go to the airplane and turn left. It's something that is prominently displayed, is conveniently placed in an area that is already equipped for parking, all that type of thing. That's where the idea came from. And keep in mind, I'm just trying to make a real statement as a city on how much we appreciate our military partnerships. And Ellsworth Air Force Base alone contributes $1 million per day in economic stimulus into this state, and this largely in the Rapid City area. $1 million every single day, every day of the year. So this is why this is important to me, and I agree. We can decide on it now, we can budget it now, we can go through a process or whatever else, but once you see this picture in real life, not on this screen, you're going to see how everything fits down there. And what Jeff didn't really point out was the little circular thing in the middle is like a 3-tiered area for bleachers, and the wings of this B1 will provide protection from sun and weather so that it will make an appropriate place for something like a retirement ceremony, a deployment ceremony, some of these things now, weather permitting, that we have indoors. So that's where it all came from. Just wanted to get that out. And we have checked into our project lead on this is Bill Eldridge, former B-1 pilot, who has been working on this diligently. We've checked on the maintenance costs, on the degradation of the paint and other surfaces that have to be maintained, the agreement with the third party that houses military airplanes. There's been a lot of groundwork going into this just to make sure it's a concept worth pursuing. And that's all falls into the category where it's not going to strain a future budget to try to take care of this stuff. And I'm just guessing that this airplane would be, it's already too tall to jump on and climb on, but it'll be mounted another 10 or so feet up in the air. So, Darla Drew.
I guess I have a question for you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have support from the military, the Air Base, and also the National Guard? Have they voiced their support in this park, or are we kind of putting the park before the horse? Anyway.
No, I can answer that.
Okay.
There is wide support from the military installations. I had breakfast with one of them a couple of days ago. The issue is you'll never find them here because we're debating about funding.
Right.
It's a political issue, and they can't touch that with a 10-foot pole. It falls outside of their allowance for lobbying for something like this, but they're very appreciative, and they think it'll be a great addition.
So they're appreciative?
They're aware, they support it, yes.
Oh, okay. They do support it?
They do support it.
Okay, thank you.
Steve Laurenti.
Just real quick, Mayor, I do support it, but I work out at Ellsworth Air Force Base, and I work with veterans and military on a daily basis. So I can tell you, I already had people coming up to me talking about this, saying how much they think it's such an awesome idea and that they would just greatly appreciate it. So I just wanted to pass that on.
Thank you. Okay, we have motion for approval at 300, I'm lost.
398.57.
As presented, we have a motion for approval as presented. And that would be in year 3. All in favor of that motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And now the CSAC remodel. Anybody on this? Anybody want to start talking about it? Steve Laurenti. No surprise.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve the full amount for this, and I'd like to maintain the floor.
Okay, go ahead. We had a second from Becky Drury.
Thank you. And this is one of those, again, that this is one of those important ones, in my opinion, that we need to take care of. It's a big infrastructure item. We own this building in its entirety now. As the city continues to grow, as staff, we know there are certain staff areas that are trying to find areas to do their work. So this has to be done. This isn't, in my opinion, I'm amazed that this honestly isn't a capital improvements, but it's such a large dollar figure that it's not, CIP can't handle it. So to me, this seems like an obligation of ours from an infrastructure standpoint for the staff especially to carry out the mission of everything that they do for our citizens. So this is something we need to take care of, and we need to fully fund it and put this to bed and make sure that this building serves the citizens far into the future.
Okay, Richie Nordstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Laurenti, for bringing that point up about the CIP, because this would definitely blow out the CIP budget for right now we're budgeted at 6% of the total budget for CIP, and this would just basically more than double it. So I can support the project as well, because a variety of reasons is that we've got people having to find offices and closets, and then we build up walls where food vending machines used to be, and then we've got people that are located down in other places they call it the basement, but it's where soil testing used to be taking place, and now we have to convert it into offices for the staff to be able to utilize, and then we just had a little bit of this short discussion about the lighting that's in this facility, carpeting, and everything else that needs to go along with that. So the $2.5 million that we're recommending here is still 4.5. Sorry, yeah. Well, more than triple the CIP budget then. Okay, sorry, I didn't. And so the list goes on, and so I can definitely support this and look forward to seeing this taking place in what year? Year three? Is that what we're projecting, or year 2? The motion maker?
No reason to do it.
Good question.
I
think my estimation would be that the 250. Okay, yeah, Rod's coming up. Maybe the essentials in the first year and the rest another. Rod.
Yeah, and that, I guess, was kind of going to be my response, is that, you know, a couple of weeks ago, the mayor asked me, you know, well, what would be the problem if we don't have funding, if, you know, and I said, well, the problem would be is that, you know, departments would be inclined to want to move into vacant spaces that really need to be remodeled first. So I think, you know, there's a certain amount of funding, if it's, you know, half of that or somewhere in that range. It's really, for the most part, it's probably the last, or the first 3 items in that summary.
Yes.
The last, and the last item, some of the security upgrades. Some of the other things I think could be delayed till year 3. So
your recommendation is to get things going in 2019, the bulk of it, but I don't understand how much yet.
Well, I would say somewhere in the range of 2.5, 2.4 in the first year.
And then, yes, and then somebody that's better than, at this time of the day, who's somebody's better than math than me, then, so if we can put the 2.5 in year one, 2019,
Yeah, 2.5 and 2.
even out the balance over the next 2 years, will that work?
It could be, or, I mean, I think whatever you need to do to balance your numbers, we can do it. We can do it either way.
I'm going to chime in,
Please.
if RJ doesn't mind, and we have not spoken about this, but before we knew that we were going to be able to even bring it forward for a Vision Fund request, we had come to the CIP committee asking for some funding for a Phase 1 where we were looking at doing some HVAC upgrades at that time, and that was slated for 2023. So there's $600,000 already budgeted in CIP in 2023 if we can phase this out. RJ would know better than I about the phasing part of it. In addition, I know that it's showing that we have about $8 million left, but I also know that, or I think the intent of the council was to go back to the One Heart after we looked at all the other ones.
Yes.
And trying to keep in mind some of the requests of the council at the time, I want to offer up a thought.
Please.
If the council so chose to give One Heart the $5 million that they originally requested, that leaves about $3.4 million in Vision Fund, leaving about $1 million left to fund out of somewhere else. As part of my year-end processes, I'm constantly looking at reconciling cash balances in CIP and Vision because those are the ones that are most looked at for these big projects. We have the multi-year plans, and that's usually the ones that people care about the most as far as an immediate where are we at on cash moving forward. And when I balanced out the Vision Fund, that's how we came up with that $5.9 million of cash at the end of 2018, $1 million of it which is the reserve. Well, on the CIP side, it's showing over $3 million in undesignated cash at the end of 2018, and even at the end of the 5-year program, it's still showing about $3 million. And so, if the council wanted to do the $5 million for One Heart, the 3.4 for the CSAC, and then we could look at the other $1 million coming out of the CIP fund at our next CIP committee meeting.
I think I got most of that. So.
Sorry if I confused.
Yeah. So, Rod, are you comfortable with the I guess my initial thought right now, and it's somebody else will have to check the math because of the hour here, putting up the 2.5 in year one and then spreading out the remainder over years 2 and 3? But I also, yes, let me stop there for a moment. Yes. Does that work for you? The 2.5 in your, and then 2 million, yeah, 2 million spread out over the remaining 2 years, so 1 and 1.
I think if that works for the program, yeah, that works. We can make it work. Quite honestly, we're going to get. We're going to get some design done. We're going to get into construction, but that construction is going to, flow into the, the following year. Some of those kind of things. I know we have to have the money, there to pay for it, but I think that works.
Okay. Okay. If that's all right with the motion makers, that we do the funding set up that way, I can support that.
We don't need that.
Yeah, 2.5 year one, and then 1 million each for 2 and 3.
Well, and then I guess the Pauline's point of is that some of that from year 2 and 3 could be could come from that CIP.
Actually, even 19 could.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
I
see what you're doing. Yes.
It could certainly be reduced, supplemented with CIP, so that we're not the driving point behind.
What we can do is get rid of that
decision.
negative number up there. Yes.
What number were you looking at?
Well, if they.
Right. Yep. I'm waiting on a recommendation. So. Does that make sense? Go ahead. Yeah, let me yield. And you,
John Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this one I can totally support 100%, the entire $4.5 million. I like the fact that we're not going to be taking this out of CIP. I mean, that will be great. We're actually taking something out of Vision Fund that has a lot of value to the citizens of Rapid City, and we are not going to be pushing back more drainage projects, more road, more. So I totally support this 100%. I don't know if you figured everything out over here, but it's pretty simple: 2.5 million, 1.5 million, and 500,000. Then it's pretty easy. So anyway, so thank you very much, and like I said, I support this 100%.
Okay, is the motion maker aware of what's going on with the motion? Yeah. 2.5, 1 and 1.
Yes.
Actually, wait, I'm next in queue. So.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So what I would recommend to the motion maker is, because we're showing a deficit in year 3 there, I do 2.5, I do 1.25, do 100 and 250, and then do the 750 out of that 3rd year. At least it balances it out.
Let's do that.
Okay. And then I still have the floor, Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I appreciate, Pauline, you bringing up the CIP funds, but I will tell you, depending on where we landed on all of this, I was going to throw out a couple ideas to the City Council for vision funds, but it may be able to come out of the CIP funds too. As we've been going as a City Council over the last few years, we have been talking about ordering in sidewalks. And one of the things that Mr. Dale Tech always comes back and pushes on us is we don't have a funding source in order to order in the sidewalks, because then once the sidewalks are ordered in, if there's any special assessments, if people don't take care of themselves, they would put back into that fund. So one of the ideas I was going to bring up for the City Council to consider is actually creating that sidewalk fund so that we can actually be proactive and actually start working on something. If that would come out of the CIP, I'm glad you brought that up, but if we have undesignated cash in CIP, we might be able to create that sidewalk fund out of CIP rather than Vision Fund. So I just wanted to bring that point up. The other one that I wanted to bring up for City Council for consideration is that we currently are down to our reserves. There really is no undesignated cash, and as long as I've been on City Council, the general fund department directors are very proactive, which is a good thing, about going after matching grant for different things. And when they do that, where we've always been hit as a City Council is that if their budgets are already set, which they're generally already set, and they apply for a matching grant, they can't use their budget because that was already budgeted. So they always have to come back and ask for undesignated cash out of the general fund, which we have none left, or very little, if I think we're in the reserves. So the other thing I was going to bring up is if we wanted to utilize vision funds, but we might be able to use CIP funds to actually set that aside, because I don't expect our department directors for the general fund to stop looking for those matching grants. So, but just wanted to comment on that since you opened the door with CIP, because we're looking at the two.
Nope, and I get that. And just quick responses, we already have a fund that is supposed to be used for special assessment projects. It may not be to the level that if you wanted to order in all the sidewalks in Rapid City at this time, obviously we couldn't fund that, but we do have money in that fund already set aside. And we tried doing the matching grant funds in CIP, and very rarely were they getting requested. So that was eliminated when we adopted the last CIP policy.
Well, with that being said, with that history, department directors coming forward and asking for matching, it's going to be no, because you obviously don't know which source to go to ask for the matching funds. So just thought I'd throw that out, because I know that that is concerns that affect our whole city as we're trying to be proactive on our projects. So just wanted my council members to be aware of that. Thank you. No.
Okay, on the motion of CSAC remodeling, 4.5 million over 3 years, as recommended. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. More motions? Jason Solomon.
Mr. Mayor, just a question for a finance officer before I make my motion.
Please.
Pauline, obviously, I would like to get One Heart funded. I would love to 5 million. What are we looking at here?
$3,939,321 over 3 years.
And there's nothing else?
Not in vision,
Okay, not in vision.
no.
Is there anything else that we're not thinking of?
CIP would not be probably an
No.
appropriate place.
No, that's not appropriate. All right, so if it pleases the council, I would like to give the remainder of the balance that we have to One Heart, spread over the allocations that we have here. If I can get a second. Second from Laura. So that's $3,939,320, yeah, $321, which is better than zero.
Sorry, I was lost. Where are we?
It's okay.
Amanda Scott?
I yield.
Thank you, Mayor. Charity, are you still in the room? There you are. Yes. Would you mind coming up to the podium? Because this was one of my concerns, Charity, is when we talked a while back, and I said, if you couldn't get the full 5 million, could you still make this work? So since the motion has been made, and it is a considerable amount of money, but and we may be able to wiggle. I mean, the city attorney and the city finance officer has said once the city council sets this, when they start working on the contracts, they may be able to move a few things around and stuff. So, but this would be the recommendation. I just would like to hear your opinion. Will this work for you? Because kind of when you and I visited, it was like an all or nothing type thing.
I honestly don't know if I can answer that right now. I think, thank you for those of you that did review all the material. You understood why the purchase agreement had to happen, why all of the timeline was so important. I have a board that I report to, and there are so many considerations to that question that I don't know that I can answer that. I've presented to you what I can present to you. I'm not in a position to negotiate.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to give you the opportunity, so thank you. With that said, since we don't know if this is going, and I know that we can open this up, we can re-meet, so let me say this, we can re-meet as a Vision Fund committee because it's in our ordinance that we can add, remove, reprioritize this plan. We just have to notice it, and then come back together. So with that said, and just to make sure all my peers know, I'll probably be voting no on this because much like in our council meetings, I would almost want to work and see what we can come up with, and then maybe if we want to reprioritize, we could always re-meet again. But with that said, just so everybody knows, it's late, but that's kind of where I'm sitting right now. Thank you.
Richie Nordstrom.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, Pauline, just to make sure I'm understanding this, 3.9 million is not including the contingency or the 1 million that's held back.
Correct, that's set aside already.
Thank you. And let me stop there. Thank you. I'll yield.
Street lights. Oh, you're done. Lisa Modrick.
Thank you, Mayor. May I ask a question for Pauline? So we've got the $1 million reserved, but that's not by ordinance. That's just by suggestion that we reserve it. However, by using taxpayer dollars now, we actually gain because we're paying today's dollar. So if we actually put that million back in, we're now at close to the 5 million that's being requested that we need to reinvest in. Would that be correct if we put that back in?
It is a recommendation to keep that $1 million. Keep in mind that if you do utilize that and the revenue projections come in short, you're going to have to look at every project again and say, okay, revenues came in less than expected, so we're going to have to cut funding now.
So then could an advancement from year 4 of Vision Fund be able to cover that? Because it's...
That would be a question to the city attorney if that's something we can do, being as we put it out as a 3-year plan.
But as I understand, it's a 3-year plan, but that could also change. It could be altered even tonight to a 4-year plan.
That would,
Because if we're in a deficit, I think we're going to pull that from the Vision Fund. And I ask that because I think we've got funding available here, and I know everybody's getting tired, but I'm a night owl. I'm starting to wake up, and I'm ready to ride. I only need 5 hours of sleep, and I'm waking up. The value of what we've got here is using the taxpayer dollars today, because today's dollar is worth more than tomorrow. We're using it in the right fashion. Sitting in the bank, making nothing, does nothing for the community. It does not provide the gift of which they've given us today to use that money wisely. I would suggest that we use that and cover that and get this Vision Fund rolling here with the $5 million or $4,939,321.
if you would like to go into that $1 million that I recommend setting aside, I would further recommend that we continue to use the $600,000 already budgeted in CIP for the CSAC project, and then take the other $400,000, so there's still something remaining in that reserve.
So that's a shared reserve, and is that something that could be done so we can get this accomplished tonight, now, and move forward?
Well,
That $600,000 is already in the five-year plan for CIP. There's nothing in ordinance or policy that says that we have to maintain that $1 million. It's just been a recommendation.
Right.
So if you take that $600,000 from CIP and the $400,000 from that reserve, we still have a $600,000.
Sounds like we've got a safety net that looks pretty comfortable. Thank you.
Well, there's been some talk here. I mean, as far as amending the plan year, perhaps you could do that. This is your process, but your process says you'll identify a plan length prior to soliciting. So it would be problematic to go back and now just say, well, we're going to extend it another year. I would also caution you on, in addition to the finance officer's cautioning to go into the $1 million, because not only do you have a shortfall in revenue, but what is the inflation on the project cost in 3 years? So if you spend the every last penny, we've run into this before, where you have some issues. Frankly, the finance officer, if you want to fully fund the One Heart tonight, she's given you the answer. You have $3 million in undesignated cash in the CIP. If you took $1 million, the $1 million you're talking about in reserve, you could keep the reserve and do that. The building is a CIP project. It would be eligible, whereas many of the other vision projects would not necessarily be eligible for CIP. And you would still have approximately $2 million in undesignated CIP cash to spend on other CIP projects. So I think if you're trying to get that funded, the finance officer has already given you the best path forward for that.
So I'd like to make motion with that information so that we can move it into the One Heart and finalize our Vision Fund.
Okay, substitute motion that is for $5 million using
The recommendation.
the recommendation, which would be a backwards
Joel,
process,
do you-
going back to the CSAC
You know-
thing and redoing that.
You know, the other thing is, as far as if that's going to happen tonight or not, Alderman Scott was absolutely right in that once you adopt a plan, if you don't allocate all the money tonight, once a plan is adopted, you have a lot more leeway in going back in and amending the plan and adopting the plan. So maybe rather, I know there's a lot of people from One Heart in the audience tonight that were hoping to get an answer, but if you're not prepared to give the answer tonight, we can take a look at some of that, and you could come back either next Thursday when it's scheduled or at a regular council meeting. You could amend your allocations on this plan anytime in the next 3 years.
I just find it's important that while we have 10 representatives here, we may not have 10 on the next one, and we have the 10 tonight, and we've come a long way, and we've done a great job. And this could be an opportunity to wrap this up and move forward with our Vision Fund process. So it would be my recommendation that if we can get this approved with One Heart, let's do it now. Thank you.
Jason Solomon.
Just very, very quickly, I would rather secure this money now, and then we can revisit that extra $1 million down. I mean, if we can go back and revisit, then I guess maybe that's an option.
And to Joel's point, this could be revisited as one item on a regular city council agenda.
You could revisit the plan and amend the plan. Now, money that we have entered into agreements to with organizations, you can't reallocate that money.
Okay.
But since the money you're looking at probably reallocating would be the CSAC, so essentially the allocation to yourself, you certainly have the flexibility to reallocate the money to the city projects.
Okay. I yield.
So our motion stands at 3.9 something something as recommended, correct? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask then, to clarify that, then as we do it now, then what kind of time frame do we have if we come back to revisit? Is there a time frame on that?
Could be next Monday. Could
So
be
we
anytime.
will actually schedule, we'll notice it right now, and we'll all be here?
Could be,
Okay?
Well, we have to, not tonight.
might be asking a different question.
Okay.
We're not talking about assembling as a vision process again. We're talking about having this item on a regular city council.
Very good, thank
agenda.
you.
Okay. All right. Motion on the floor then for $3.9+ million for One Heart. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Here.
Roll call.
Nordstrom. Modrick. Solomon. Lewis. Armstrong. Laurenti. Drury. Roberts. Scott. Drew. Motion passes 6-4.
Thank you. Any other items for the good of the order, or is there a motion to? Second. We're done too. Okay, we have a motion to adjourn and a second. Everyone in favor say aye. All right, we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.